I'm gonna keep this out.
With 0.
We live? Holy. Gotta get my hair right. There we go. All right, man. Mics are good? Everything good? All right, people, welcome. We're back in the building. Big Act in the building, of course, and I'm here with Sean G, Podcast with Soul, and of course, I'm here with Lauren Conlin, and here we have a breaking news. I'm gonna actually throw it to you.
Yes.
Real quick update. We actually thought we were just talking before that this would probably not happen today, but we're getting some update. What's going on?
Well, I think at this point, it sounds like, depending on what the defense proposes, the jury is going to be forced to go back and deliberate until tomorrow. But what happened is, and look, I am on an email list to get notes from the court if a note is sent.
They tell you?
They did not email. Because we're sitting outside. But anyway, Inner City Press, amazing reporting. So the jury came back and said that they had a verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, but they were hung on count 1. And the government is proposing a modified Allen charge. And an Allen charge is when a jury is hung, the judge would make them go back and deliberate until they have a verdict. So I think at this point, they are going to deliberate until tomorrow because I think they had said they only wanted to deliberate until 5 p.m. But I'm checking to see if there's any updates. Yes, Comey, we're preparing a modified Allen charge. Oh, Agnifilo says, we propose you tell them to continue deliberating and that you not take the partial verdict, no modified Allen charge. Would the defense request I bring the jury out to say that? He actually asked that a few times this morning, too, if instead of handing notes out to the
judge,
jury.
Right?
Yeah, the judge asked us, would you guys prefer we bring them in and I tell them, orally in person? And they both said no, defense and government. So there's no updates as of right now. But what do you think? I mean, if they're hung on RICO, does that mean they're not guilty on sex trafficking?
I have a wild theory, and I want
Please,
you guys
no,
to,
I want to hear this. I'm just going to keep refreshing. I'm not being rude, but yeah.
No, of course. We're going to be on our phones here.
Woo.
We didn't think drama was going to happen.
I did not. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, drama's happening as we speak. Hey, listen, what I think might be happening, because here's the thing. To me, it's impossible for them to be hung on RICO, because I think even though it's hard to prove, I think if they're hung on it, it's not because of the predicate offenses. I think they're hung because I think some of the people are saying, this ain't no RICO. I don't think y'all have proven the enterprise, and I don't believe these people you're talking about are co-conspirators. So we don't agree with the RICO, because here's the thing. If they've made a decision on 2 and 4, that's sex trafficking, there's 2 sex trafficking predicate offenses in there that would go to Jane Doe and go to Cassie. So you kind of have, and there's prostitution in there as well. So you kind of have all these things that go to the predicates. If they're hung on the RICO, they don't believe it's a RICO. Or some don't.
Right. That they're clearly arguing about this. And I brought this up earlier, but I want to read also, just for those who are not familiar with it, the true definition of jury nullification. It's when a jury in a trial acquits a defendant, even if they believe the defendant technically broke the law because they disagree with the law itself, find it unjust, or they believe it should not be applied in a specific case. The act of nullifying the law is not officially sanctioned, or is not an official sanctioned legal right, but it's a power juries retain in the courtroom. So, yeah.
I'm going like this. I think based on how quickly they ran through all 5 today, I think they might be leaning. I thought the Cassie, I told you, I said Cassie's, I think it's going to take a day for them to go through it. It was 800 pages. Of course, they didn't get 800 pages in when they asked the judge for some notes. But I think they might be not guilty on the sex trafficking and maybe guilty on one of the prostitution. But I don't. Here's the thing. The judge fucked up the jury by saying some dumb shit. And when I mean dumb shit, I'm trying to be respectful too. But like, hey, listen, if someone gave you a pill, that's drug distribution. So now the jury's like, wait, so you're telling me even though we don't think he's sex trafficked, we got to send this guy to jail anyway, because we think that, he might have passed a pill out or told someone, hey, bring that over there.
Or passed the joint.
Yeah.
Right.
So
I saw I was sitting in the cafeteria and Mel,
he had ordered the, I guess, the transcripts from the judge this morning, or when he was given the instructions, and it said that, man, it's as minute as, and I don't get high, y'all, if you're smoking a joint and Puff passed it to somebody, that in and of itself constitutes possession with the intent to distribute and would qualify as a predicate offense under the RICO, man. And I thought that was insane, man.
Wait, do you want the update? There is an update. After conferring with Diddy, and again, the defense did not want this modified Allen charge. They are going to each email the judge their proposals, because it sounds like Maureen Comey wants the 4 verdicts read now, and again, not send them back just to deliberate on that one, but it sounds like the defense wants them to hold off. So he said, okay, email me your proposals, each side, I'll wait. I could give a modified Allen charge, or at some point I could tell them they could return a partial verdict. Email me, I'll wait. Now there's a break. I don't know what to do, if I should go back there.
So wait, they're not dismissed for the rest of the day?
No, they just are on a break right now because each side is emailing proposals as to what they prefer the judge to do. So there is a slight chance that
we get a verdict today.
We get the verdict today. So
or get a partial verdict.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if I should go back to the courtroom right now and
shoot, if you can, girl, you gotta follow your heart.
I feel like I have to be in the courtroom for this.
You got to see Diddy's face. Well, if they're describing his body language and they're saying his head is in his hand, and I don't want to read too much into it, but they're passing some notes.
But anybody, you know what kind of pressure this dude is under, academics, man?
Take me? I'm going to see it in an Uber right now. How long will it take me to get back?
So, my opinion is that him being demonstrative of, this nigga is under major pressure, man. He's looking at 30 years. So he's afraid, man.
If you're Diddy, do you want the verdict today, or could you wait a night? Because I think tonight might be the hardest night in jail.
Oh my
Tonight,
gosh.
I'm ready to go.
All right, I'm going to call an Uber. I will come back.
Okay,
I will go. I will come back. I feel like it's 20 minutes. Yeah, it said I could get there 3 minutes. All right.
Call it. No, you're good.
I am freaking out, and then I can't believe this. Okay. So I'll come back. Forgive me, everybody, but I really want to be in the room for this.
No, you got to be. Well,
I really thought tomorrow was the day. This is just, oh shit, sorry. This is my luck. Okay, I'm going back, and I'll be back.
I'm ready for them to. I'm ready to get.
You ready?
Shoot
ready
me in the head tonight.
Today.
Shoot me in the head tonight.
If I miss this, if I get there and
No.
Don't.
All right. Thank
Don't.
you so much. I'll be back.
All right.
Sorry.
I'll be on phone check. Don't worry. But yeah. So, man, like, what's the vibe? What's the vibe today, man? What's the body language, everybody out there?
In the courtroom, or
just really around the court, like
the people that everybody's mulling around in front of the entrance.
Yeah.
Shooting content. They're live on their Instagram. They're live on their Facebook. They're live on their YouTube.
Did you see the family at all today?
I didn't see the family at all. I didn't see the family at all. Inside the courtroom, you had Puff and all 6 of the U.S. attorneys. They're all sitting down in their chairs and they're all looking in their laptops. And Puffy's teams, they're huddling together. Nicole Westmoreland, Brian Steele, Mark Agnifilo, Esteveo was sitting. She's got her laptop in front of Puff. They're going through things, and Puff's got his glasses on. He's got on a cream color sweater, gray hair joint, and
looking fly still though.
Well, looks good, but I was thinking, man, the pressure this dude must be under is incredible, man.
I heard Lauren mention that he had said something to like his mom today. Do you feel like they took the spirit out of Puff?
I think the spirit's been out of Puff, man, for a long time. it's like you're waiting for your execution, man. And 12 people have the deciding choice in your life whether you see your daughter again or your kids again. And you had to sit there and listen to testimony for 7 weeks of people telling lies and perjuring themselves on the stand. And that was totally disregarded.
Yeah.
And the judges told them, forget it, don't worry about nothing of what you, just go deliberate.
And this is a part of, no matter where, and by the way, if you're just tuning in, we're hearing that the jury has alerted the judge that they have came to agree unanimously on 4 of the 5 counts except the first one. The first one is obviously a RICO charge, which there's 8 predicate offenses, but there's count 2, which is the sex trafficking of Cassie, count 3, which is the prostitution including of Cassie, count 4, which is the sex trafficking of Jane Doe, and count 5, which is prostitution including Jane Doe. They have agreed on 2 to 4 or 5, but the last charge, which is a RICO, and by the way, this kind of comes back to what we've been saying from the get-go, is this a RICO? This is an indication to me that they don't believe it. Like, I don't think it's did he do it or did he not. I think they're looking at this charge and saying, how is this shit applicable? Right? Because here's the thing, that they're not just only vote, did he blow up Kid Cudi's car? Did he kidnap this woman? Did he sex traffic whoever? They have to establish a few things first. They have to establish that there was at least one of these predicate offenses that happened in the last 5 years.
Well, the first thing I have to establish is that there was an enterprise.
Exactly.
That there was an enterprise put together exclusively for the primary reason to commit a crime, right? That's the enterprise. And then the conspiracy piece. Was there a meeting of the minds that we are going to engage in conspiracy? Was there mens rea? Was there a state of mind? And I've never thought that. These were all legitimate business. And I told y'all yesterday, man, the man's got to have a personal life, man. I mean, so everything in Puffy's life is business?
So
you know what I'm saying?
So here's the funny part about like how they sculpted this RICO charge. They sculpted this RICO charge that, and by the way, I seen it with a toothpick. I said, yo, Diddy coming home. And I seen with a toothpick. I said, Diddy got to come. Hey, so.
Shout out to Puff, man.
I think they sculpted this RICO charge, but they sculpted it in a way that it felt like you could charge anyone who had a lot of resources like that. So, for example, so you're saying, let's say if somebody was doing anything that could be considered criminal. If they have a driver, well, yeah, the driver is driving them from A to B and they're doing it at B. They made the enterprise basically all the resources that Diddy had, not that he essentially organized the enterprise for crime. You get what I mean? And obviously the AUSAs would argue like, hey, you don't have to organize the enterprise for crime. You could just use the enterprise for crime. But these were assistants that would, hey, we're cleaning up. We're cleaning up. We're getting you what you need. We're running to the store. Like if you're in a music game, when you go to a studio, you have runners. You could tell them anything. Hey, listen, I want some Skittles, some Starbursts. They're going to run to the store and get it, When you kind of turn that into a criminal organization, I could see some people on the jury saying, yeah, I don't think that fits the bill.
Yeah.
Right? We didn't hear from KK. We haven't heard from D-Rock. We haven't heard from the security guards. Then you have the stylist and the personal assistant saying, we don't believe that. We had no idea of what was going on.
Well, under cross-examination, when Brian Steele crossed Brendan Paul and when he crossed, I think it was Jonathan Perez, he specifically asked them that when they were working as assistants for Puff, did they feel like they were committing crimes by doing things for him? And they said no.
They said no, right?
And he said that, do you feel like when Puffy had these hotel nights, when you were setting up hotel nights, that was his personal time? And they both said yes. You know what I'm saying? So, I thought from the beginning, man, when they were trying to implicate all of the security dudes and the assistants, that you're asking people to operate outside of the scope of their duties as employees right? And they're supposed to step in and say, yo, Puff, don't slap her, or don't push her, or don't, right? So you're gonna do that to your boss, and you're gonna jeopardize. You got a mortgage, 2 car payments, a kid in elementary school, and you're gonna step outside of that and challenge the boss, and then you get fired. And, you know, it was crazy, man.
Yeah. Are you shocked that they have seemingly agreed upon a bunch of things today? Remember, today they sent in a note. They said, we want to
I'm nervous,
see some of... You nervous?
I'm nervous, kid.
Oh, man.
I'm nervous, man, because I don't want to see Puff. I don't want to see Puff do 30 years, man. I don't think he deserves 30 years. You know, like I say, I've been an in-courtroom observer all 7 weeks. I've been there every day except 3, and there's reasonable doubt everywhere. And I just don't think he needs to go to prison for 30 years, man.
So, and people asked this yesterday. They were asking this. They said, you got to ask Unc, because you had said you think it should be an acquittal across the board. A lot of people, including me, I think the strongest charges they have is the prosecution charge. You being in court, what would you think is the reasonable doubt that you would vote not guilty on those charges?
On the prosecution joint is because they purchased the services of these entertainers or strippers or whatever you want to call them from a company called Cowboys and Angels. Puff had an account with that company. He would pay that company. The company would send the entertainer. Now, obviously, after a while, once you take a liking, or Cassie took a liking to a particular entertainer, say the Punisher, right? So you request that specific one. But Puff paid the company. The stripper or the entertainer is a 1099 independent contractor of Cowboys and Angels. And on their website, it says, we do not engage in prostitution. And then after the Punisher left and started his own joint, thepunisher.com, he says he also listed on his website, we do not engage in prostitution. Now, when I think of...
There's a question that people were getting cash. So they said, oh, Cassie would give me $800. Then after the sex, she would give me more money. And that's what the AUSA said. That's clear that based on the performance, you got paid for sex.
It's gratuity.
But how could you distinguish that wasn't payment for sex?
You can't. That could go either way.
Okay, so you think that's the doubt?
That could go either way.
Okay.
But just for me, with the lies that were told in the courtroom and on the stand.
And by the way, the judge agreed, saying, hey, listen, if you think some of these motherfuckers lied, you could throw their whole testimony out.
Disregard their whole testimony.
You could just...
Then that's everybody.
So you think everybody was telling
no
at least
question.
some lie?
Ain't no question, because Cassie lied about the balcony incident.
Do you think lied or was forgetful?
It was outright lie, man. It was a lie, man. Nicole Westmoreland brought that out. And I was talking to one of the reporters today. She's on a major network. And I was trying to, everybody heard it, man. The jury heard it. We all heard it. And Alexandra Shapiro asked for a mistrial as a result of it, right? Because she said
that's Banner saying she was hung over the balcony?
Banner was saying she got hung over the balcony in Los Angeles and that Cassie was there. And Cassie was in New York with Puff at the Bad Boy reunion concert, right? And then in Cassie's civil suit, that same story is in there on page 19, paragraph 102. It also talked about the Kid Cudi car explosion in her civil suit.
Hey, by the way, for everyone who's in the chat, I see some of y'all trolling. There is no official verdict. TMZ has not reported either. They reported that there is a verdict that's been reached on 4 of the counts. No verdict yet on the RICO count. We're waiting. Lauren was just here. Actually, they came from court here assuming that the verdict, if any time, was going to come down tomorrow because it was looking a little bleak.
Yeah,
today,
I don't need to be back there to hear the verdict. I just need, You know, I
You just need Puff to walk out of that room.
I just need. See, there's something in the United States of America that's called due process of law and a right to a fair trial, right? And that my constitutional rights cannot be violated, no matter how vile you think I am, no matter how much you hate me, no matter how much you may think I might have jerked artists or I might have hung shine out the dry, or you know, whatever speculation you may have about Kim Porter, whatever, you just may not like me. But that doesn't mean that I don't deserve a right to a fair trial. I'm an American citizen, I'm a taxpayer, and I deserve the due process of law. And academics, man, what I saw for 7 weeks, man, is that I saw a lot of motherfuckers come in there and get up on the stand and lie and be coached by the assistant U.S. attorneys, meeting with them 31 times, 24 times, 13 times, subpoenaed, witnesses getting on the stand, academics saying, that, you know, under cross, do you want to be here? No. Were you subpoenaed to come here? Yes. How do you feel about Puff? I feel great about Puff. You know, do you want to testify against Puff? No. You know, and then other ones.
Jane supposedly said that too, right?
I don't know what she said.
So supposedly, at least Lauren said that they were saying, hey, and now you're here testifying against Puff. And she says, wait, against? Like, she was almost shocked that, you know, her testimony is supposed to be used against him.
The only ones that didn't say that they didn't want to be there were the ones, Dawn Richard, who's got a $6.45 million lawsuit, civil suit pending against them. Mia has a $10 million suit pending against them. Breonna Boglin has a $10 million lawsuit pending against them.
Really?
And the day that Breonna Boglin took the stand, Cassie texted her that morning, along with Deontay Nash. They both texted her that morning.
Go get your bag, girl.
Go, yeah, exactly. Something to that extent. Ain't
right?
no question.
Oh my God.
That and when you hear that, you know what I'm saying?
It's like a lineup.
You know, I got my 20 mil. You go get you 10 now. And I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna put in my civil suit.
Basically, it's like a lie. Be like, hey, I'm gonna say this part, then you say that part, then we connect it up. I vouch for you, you vouch for me. We all get this bread.
And if this nigga gets convicted, we all get paid. And if he gets convicted, Jane Doe's lawsuit will be promptly following.
Yeah, she claimed that she has no intention to follow.
Well, that's what Mouse said. That's what Jason Driscoll said, Puffy's attorney. They were arguing about, you know, that witnesses have a higher tendency to fabricate and lie about stories when they have a financial motive and a financial incentive for a conviction.
Yeah, I definitely think she's about to file a lawsuit.
If he's convicted. If he's found if he's found innocent,
I think she still might do it.
None of their lawsuits, I mean, they probably could file them, but they probably won't come to nothing. Yeah,
I think she'll file just because even, you got to remember, in civil court, the burden of proof is way lower. It's the preponderance of the evidence.
Right.
If it leans one way, you vote that way. So it's like you basically need 51% as opposed to you need 100% when it comes to this. So, yeah, this is trying times. I wonder what the family's thinking. I'm pretty sure all the family are in court right now.
Yeah, a lot of them is there. I saw his sister there today. I saw her in the cafeteria. I didn't see the boys. I really didn't go hang around the courtroom too much. People were just sitting in the overflow, just watching the screen. There really wasn't much going on. Just waiting for water to boil.
By the way, there's a new update. It says, in the well of the courtroom, everybody but Donaldson is in their seat. They're waiting. Sean Combs is leaning back. His legs are crossed. He does not look happy. He does not look happy. That's what Matthew Russell from Inner City Press is saying. He's also saying that, so he's explained what the Allen charges. Lauren also did that too. It says it's an instruction that a judge gives to a jury when they say they can't reach a verdict on one or more counts of an indictment. It says to go back and keep trying because no future jury would be positioned any better to make a decision. Okay? So the Allen charges would be the instruction to say, you guys got to figure this out one way or the other, which means that would be the opposite of accepting a hung jury saying that you can't make an agreement because they've made an agreement on 4 of the charges.
So Puff don't look happy, huh?
But and I could imagine his lawyers are telling him what this probably means. Hey, and Puff seems like he's a straight shooter. He's not the guy who you tell him lies to make him feel good. So
yeah.
I'm pretty sure they told him, hey, listen, it's not a good thing that they've came back this quick. Given the fact that they just asked for Cassie's thing. But it might be a good thing too. It might be a good, like, I think it's not a bad thing. If you're asking me, I think it's a better thing that they didn't take too long on Cassie. Because I think the thing with Cassie is that there's so much nuance and so much dirt there. And if you really start going over 11 years of a relationship of her pain, and then you're going to have somebody, maybe the social worker who's on the stand to say, well, you know, everyone's going to give their experiences. They're going to relate that situation to maybe them, maybe a relative. That's how it's going to happen in the deliberation room, right? I thought to really parse through everything she was saying, because she's mentioned cheating. She's mentioned multiple freak-offs. She's mentioned Kid Cudi. She's mentioned beatings here, beatings there. To go through all of that, I think it's impossible that they're like, no, he's already guilty. I mean, from what I saw a lot of reasonable doubt. And also I saw what you could interpret as this is a toxic relationship. So you got to really parse through a lot of information for them to come back this quick, say we already got a verdict on it.
So they said they got a verdict on 2, 3, and 4?
2, 3, 4, and 5. So 2, 3, 4, and 5. And it's really they only need it on 2 and 4 because if you believe 2 is yes, well, 3 is
2
yes.
is 2 is the SCX trafficking?
Yeah, yes. If you believe that is true, then yes is yes prostitution. But that's why I'm confused. If you could agree on 2 and 4,
then you should be able to agree on 1.
Unless you don't believe there's an enterprise. You don't believe there's no RICO here. This is not an enterprise. We don't believe it's an enterprise. We don't believe that there was an agreement between the co-conspirators. Yes, KK was the chief of staff, but she's like the assistants. She wasn't helping to do crimes. D-Rock was the bodyguard, but he wasn't helping to do crimes. So a RICO requires 2 or more people to be in a agreement, in a conspiracy to commit crimes and have a enterprise or an organization that the crime is being committed through. Also, there's a stipulation of time in a sense of a statute of limitations. One of the acts of the RICO, one of the predicate offenses, must have been committed in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
And also between acts in the pattern, it can't be more than 10 years. So remember, he stops dealing with Cassie in 2019 or 18. It's 2024. That's 6 years. If you don't believe that he sex trafficked Jane Doe, if you don't believe that he's, any of these acts continued past, then you might say, well, the RICO, the statute of limitations, it could be a statute of limitations issue. It could be an enterprise issue. It could be a co-conspirator issue. Where's the 2 people, right? I don't think it's a predicate offenses issue. Can't be. Because the predicate offenses, if you agree on 2, 3, 4, and 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5 basically all roll up into the RICO. Because that's how they charge.
Right.
They charge him with the RICO, then they separate it for their strongest charges. They separated it because they know if we can't get him on RICO, we could get him on Cassie. If we can't get him on sex trafficking Cassie, we could get him on prostitution of Cassie. All right, then we got another victim, right? If we can't get him, you see, there were other sex trafficking victims that were claiming. Like, they were trying to say Gina, but she was weak. That's why she never got a standalone charge. They wrapped her up into the forced labor and sex trafficking charge in the RICO, but she ain't show up. They knew she was gonna pull a fast one on her.
Victim 5 didn't show up either.
Yeah, so it's getting down to the wire. It's getting down to the wire. I hope Lauren has made it.
Wow, I don't know what to think, man. I would just hate for.
Okay, here we go. The judge says I've received each side's proposal. Mr. Agnifilo, your proposal, there is not much there. Agnifilo says, we are not remotely at a place where the jury needs to deliberate. We're not remotely at a place where the jury needs to deliberate efficiently. They are remarkably efficient. They already have 4 verdicts. So I guess he's saying, let him go back up in there, right? The judge says, I wouldn't call the government proposal an Allen charge, because an Allen charge is saying you got to go up in there and go get it. It reminds the jury of the instruction I previously gave on the duty to deliberate. I could simply recite the jury charge. And this is the jury charge. It says, again, your verdict must be unanimous, but you are not bound to surrender your honest convictions concerning the effect or the weight of the evidence for the mere purpose of returning a verdict, or solely because of the opinion of other jurors. Each of you must make your own decision about the proper outcome of this case based on your consideration of the evidence and your discussions with your fellow jurors. No juror should surrender his or her conscientious beliefs for the purpose of returning a unanimous verdict. I'm confused. I'm going to tell you why. If they so stuck on that, unless it's for the elements I said, why are they not stuck on anything else? Like, I can't tell why they're so stuck on this one piece of, it can't be the arson. Like, let's think about if it was the predicate offenses, right? The predicate offenses include arson.
Robbery.
It can't be that.
Kidnapping.
Distribution.
Possession with intent to distribute.
Witness tampering.
Right.
They had the aid and abetting of sex trafficking, forced labor. I'm going to be honest with you. I really don't think those are it can't be that, bro. It can't be that. It can't be that. Diddy right now is he's sweating bullets, man.
100%, man. He's been that, man. You know what I think, man? And this is just pure speculation on my part. I think it's tough for Puff to sit there and know what he did for these people. You know, not saying he's the best individual in the world, and then to be faced with this situation, man, where his freedom and his family is at stake, man. Knowing that the story that these people told is not true, and then they got on the stand and lied and perjured themselves in court, and that still didn't matter. And it's crazy, man. And Agnifilo, when he started his closing argument, he says, this man, Sean Combs, has been charged with the most serious crime on the books and the most confusing crime on the books, and that's racketeering conspiracy. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I don't see how they can come back and have 2, 3, and 4 and not 1.
I'm wondering if
I don't know, man.
I'm wondering what the strategy here is. If Agnifilo is trying to say, send them back in there, and if they did, I don't even know if this is a thing. Maybe if they continue to deliberate, maybe a little bit more clarity could come, and maybe all of this could fall our way. I don't know what they're thinking the verdict seemingly is already, but there's an update. Agnifilo says, we're not at that point yet. I'm not saying we would be at that point on Thursday, which is July 3rd, or Monday. Let's wait and see. I'm putting stock in that they've reached verdicts on 4 counts. The judge says I'm going with that. But I may
so he knows later. He knows whether it's guilty or not guilty on 4 counts.
It would have, well, he wouldn't know for sure.
Or he just knows they've reached a verdict.
They've reached a verdict, but
he don't know whether it's guilty or not guilty.
But he's a lawyer. They probably have convened. They know way more than me and you. They have probably looked at this 50,000 ways in the probabilities to say, if we're going to get a hung jury, we're going to get it here. If we're going to get a indecision, because you got to remember, even when we think about, say, like Harvey Weinstein, there was one of his, charges that they couldn't decide on. So they had to explore the possibilities of they're not going to agree. It might be unlikely that they agree on everything. What are the steps if they don't agree on everything? and what are the things they might not agree on that we should prepare for. This is a really efficient legal team. They plan for everything. The next thing the judge says, I could tell them that they could return on July 3rd. I think we could arrange that. What do the parties think? Comey says, we'd like to give them the option to deliberate on the 3rd. Agnifilo says, 1 second, Your Honor. The judge says yes. Agnifilo says, our preference is that you don't tell them now about Thursday. The downside is the jurors might feel rushed to reach a verdict to avoid the Thursday issue. Let them deliberate tomorrow, and you could ask at the end of tomorrow. So it looks like, another one. The judge says, so the defense would have no objection to them deliberating on the 3rd. Now, if you guys don't know, it was supposedly understood that the 3rd would be most likely an off day, even though it's not a federal holiday, but it's the day before. The 3rd is Thursday. So remember when I gave you guys the timeline, it was supposed to be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If we don't get a verdict by then, you're sitting the holiday weekend, and then you're coming back Monday and hopefully...
Right, but the judge did say that even though the court was closed on Thursday, that he would open it up and allow them to come in and continue to deliberate on Thursday, even though there would be nobody else in the building.
Yeah. So
I want to know, do they know whether it's guilty or not guilty? And then from what you were saying about Puff's body language, you know, I wonder if they know.
Well, let's play this out. Let's play this out, right? If you believe that there
pure
is...
speculation.
Yeah, pure speculation.
Pure speculation.
But let's play this out. If we believe that Diddy has 4 not guilty verdicts, right? That's already in for 2, 3, 4, and 5. If I'm Agnifilo, I want him to come back with the RICO now. I don't want to give more time. I would, if I'm already thinking that the majority of the verdict is saying not guilty,
make them come on back.
Let them come on back and say,
because they're already not guilty.
Because they're seeing the bullshit in the case. They're seeing that there's no sex traffic here. There's no prostitution here.
It's hard for me to look at this shit, man, because I don't see none of them charges, man. And I was there every day, Act. And I must be, Sean G must be, either I'm just so blind and biased.
Let me ask you a question.
Or I don't, but I didn't see none of this, man.
I watched you, you know, and shit, we watched you at length. And as you talked about this is why people love hearing your perspective. You talk passionately, but you also talked about your experience with the legal system. Mm-hmm. Does some of what you see happening with Diddy and happening in the courtroom, does that kind of remind you of just maybe persecution in general? Because you went through the system, right?
Right. My case, I didn't go to trial. I pled out. An undercover agent, black girl, undercover agent came in my office. She wore a camera and she wore a microphone, and she filmed me, and she befriended me, and she told me she went to a historically black college like I did, and I proceeded to get her more money on her tax return than what I was supposed to. So I was dead busted. I knew I was wrong. I was doing wrong. You know, there was no trial. And once they showed me the video, when me and my attorney went and saw the video, I knew I was busted. I was going to plea out. But when I got to the Joint Act and I started to hear stories of black men on their first nonviolent drug offense getting 240 months.
Jesus.
Right? Another guy, honorable discharge from the Air Force, got involved in the drug game, nonviolent drug offense, first offense, 360 months, right? That's 30 years. 240 months is 20 years. And this story was repetitive. Everyone had a story like that. And 10 years was like, you know, the Happy Meal. Everybody had 10. And, you know, I used to think like, and they used to tell me these stories about how they were fucked around when they went to trial or with the prosecutors and things. And, you know, you don't really believe people, but I was in the courtroom for Puff's trial, man, and this was a butcher job on behalf of the Southern District of New York, and you had a judge who was grossly inexperienced and ill-equipped to handle a case of this magnitude. And for me, when Cassie said that she loved her and Puffy's past, that was it for me. And then once Breonna Boglin got on the stand and perjured herself, it was a wrap for me. There was nothing nobody could say to change my mind that alone was enough to let cut Puff free, right? Because let's take, for instance, the Luigi Mangione joint, right? He runs up behind the dude, shoots him in the back of the head, the dude's fault, he shoots him, right? Mm-hmm. And we have that on video. That's conclusive. Nigga, you out of here. There's no argument you can make. The same way they had for me. I was on film. Wire. There's no argument I can make. This whole case, academics,
I hurt feelings,
is other people with a financial incentive, not $200,000, not $300,000, which would be crazy too, but $10 million. Getting on the stand and their whole story getting demolished and crushed under cross-examination and lies and perjury being exposed, and this evidence being allowed to be entered.
Yeah.
And this man is facing 30 years in prison as a result of that. And like you set out from the jump start, the enterprise, what's the enterprise? Bad Boy is a legitimate record company. Sean John is a legitimate clothing company. Ciroc is a legitimate liquor company. Revolt TV, these are legitimate businesses that this shit is just crazy to me, man. And, you know,
I think they looked at everything, and in trying to, I think if they were going to bring the RICO, and trust me, I know they had to try. When they usually bring in a company like that legitimately has a official and a legitimate business purpose, they usually look for other illicit things that maybe they're doing knowingly or whatever. Maybe a tax crime, a wire fraud, maybe something with money laundering. None of that really. The most they could say is, I think there was a flight booked and it came from this account. And, you know, it becomes a little bit weak when it comes to that. By the way, the judge has instructed the jury. The judge brought the jury back and said, welcome back. I received your note that you received.
Oh, they back in the court?
You reached a verdict on count 2 to 5.
Wow.
I ask that you continue deliberating, discuss, and weigh your respective opinions dispassionately and follow my instructions on the law. I ask you to return to the jury room. If you decide you're done for the day, send me another note, and I'll bring you out at the end of the day. The jurors are leaving, so I'm guessing they're going to have a quick talk to say, we think we can figure it out today, or let's come back tomorrow. You got to realize it's 5:21 p.m. right now on the East Coast. I could imagine if they think that they're closer, or who knows, maybe they'll be like, hey, all right, we'll stick around until 7, but we're going to get a verdict today. But the question I wanted to ask, which I don't know if you could answer, but I'm wondering, are these decisions for 2 to 5, are those locked in? Because, you know, sometimes when you're arguing about one thing, it might then change how you think about another thing. And you might be like, no, I want to change my answer on that. I'm not that unanimous on that now. And I'm wondering if they could reverse that, or this is a
new information.
Yeah. Once you have said, I put my verdict in and it's been stamped as unanimous, that's locked in stone. Because if that's the case, we're working off this one charge, which is RICO.
Yo, how could you be unanimous, man? I can't. I don't get it. I don't get it, Act.
Well, we also got to think, you know.
But let me not speculate, because I don't know. He could be not guilty on 2, 3, 4, and 5.
I think
could be.
I think 2 and 4. I think 2 and 4. They said not guilty.
Why you say that?
I think they would have argued a lot more if they were going to say that
2 and 4 is the SEX trafficking,
Yes.
and 4 is the SEX
5 and 3 are the prostitution. I think they said, "Hey, it is what it is. My dude was getting them prostitutes." Even though I get your explanation about it was getting to a third party, I think a lot of people, and also here's the thing: we don't know what's going on in the deliberation room. For them to must have an argument or confusion to ask the judge, we need to see some stuff from Cassie. They might also start, okay, well, sometimes you gotta, all right, we'll give you this, the prostitution. We're not giving you the sex trafficking. I still think that works for Diddy. Again, a clean sweep I thought was highly unlikely. I think if Diddy gets convicted of 2 charges, which is the prostitution charges, all the sentencing guidelines suggest that he wouldn't be doing 2 years. All the sentencing guidelines
would not be doing 2 years.
Would not.
I think they're gonna try to give him a dime, man.
That's the max.
I think they're gonna try to give him a dime, man.
Well, the max for the prostitution is 10 years. So the 2, unless they're not gonna run it consecutive, they're gonna run it concurrent. So if those are the only 2, the max he's gonna face is 10. It's highly improbable that a guy with no criminal history, right, is going to get the max. Actually, federal sentencing guidelines.
Yeah, he's going to be category 0.
Says, yeah, you're going to be within a range, and the range is going to be within maybe even time served, all the way up to maybe like 18 months, 22 months. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, he'll be a category 0 because on the sentencing guidelines chart, it's a chart, and category 0, 1, 2, 3. And the more criminal history you got, the further you go over to the category 4 and 5.
And what has been said is that in federal court, there's a lot less wiggle room for the judge just to throw the book at you.
Well, he can get a downward departure if we get to that point. And I just want to say to everybody, this is pure speculation. If it were to get to this point, the judge could give a downward departure, like on what you're saying. He doesn't have any criminal history, right? So I'm not going to get you at the high end of the guideline range. I'm not even going to get you at the low. I'm going to go beneath the...
Well, the prostitution's one. So in federal court, it's a little bit different. So in state court, you can. In federal court, they have mandatory minimums. They can't. The only 2 ways is you have to have a 5K1 letter, which means you cooperate. Or a Rule 35, which that's post-conviction relief. And they have another way for a safety valve, but it's really rigid. Here's the thing. There's no mandatory minimum on the prostitution charges. There is, I believe, a 15-year for the sex trafficking and also the RICO. So the minimum he could get is 15 years for 1, 2, or 4. So if any of those come back guilty, they can't sentence him below 15 years. And at this point, because he went to trial, he's not going to get 15. They're probably going to give him 20, maybe 18. You get me? If it was a plea and he had pled, you had mentioned what the plea was before.
186 months is what I heard.
How much years is that?
That's 15 years, 15 and a half. 15 years, 6 months.
There you go. So that would have been essentially like pleading to one of those charges.
But I would have been pleading to everything.
Exactly, right?
Make the whole thing go away. Now, there's an asset forfeiture clause in the indictment as well, which I'm sure he was trying to avoid. He might, that's why he couldn't take the plea, because then he opens himself up for all of his assets to get seized. So he was like, "Fuck it. If y'all gonna try to take my shit, we might as well just tie your sneakers up. Let's go."
Yeah.
And that's the thing, man. But let me. I want to reserve, on the flip side of that coin, on the optimistic side, if all of his things are not guilty, this is good for Puff, man. This is good. If the verdict on 2, 3, 4, and 5, am I saying that right?
Yeah, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah.
If it's not guilty, it's a win. And he may be there saying, "Damn, nigga, I'm not guilty on them, but I'm sweating out." He's sweating out the RICO.
Yeah.
But then, let me ask you, could he be convicted of the RICO if he's not guilty on 2, 3, 4, and 5? Unless it's drug distribution and bribery. Yeah, maybe, right?
Yeah, but that's why I said the judge made it a way where he could still get a RICO charge without a sex charge. But my confusion is, if you're claiming, I get it's a criminal organization, but isn't the whole prosecutor's demeanor or narrative about the case is that all of this was to facilitate this guy's criminal sexual fetishes? It wasn't to facilitate him robbing people or kidnapping people. He was doing that he could still get his rocks off. So if you're saying you can't prove that he was sex trafficking, I feel like the whole RICO falls apart, because that was the main objective of that organization as they were trying to put it. But you never know. By the way, we did get a new note from the court. The judge says we've received a note from the jurors. They're done for the day, and they will resume tomorrow. We're going to bring them back out. The jurors come back in, and the judge literally tells them very briefly, thank you. Go to tomorrow, go directly into the jury room. Just keep an open mind. Do not read or watch anything about the case. We'll see each other tomorrow. All rise. The jurors leave. The judge says anything, and the prosecution nor the defense has anything for him. So they're adjourned. So Lauren is probably going to
Sidebar.
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 We need a sidebar now.
Jury need a sidebar.
What do you think Diddy's thinking right now? Again, this is...
Man, this nigga, he ain't sleeping, man.
You don't think he got no sleep?
No. You wouldn't either.
Yeah.
Me neither.
Your stomach is turning, right?
He's depressed, man. This dude is in a state of depression that's unbelievable. I was in a depression for 3.5 years, man. This was before I even went. The prison saved me. That's where I came out of my depression.
Really? How does that work?
Yeah, because the suffering is the not knowing, right? The unknown. Sitting around waiting. Am I going to get home confinement? Am I going to get probation? Who's going to take care of my son? You know, that was the mother, you know, this one stabbed me in the back. This one is agreed to cooperate with me. I love this person. I ain't heard nobody calling. That is the hard part, kid. Once you get to prison and you get dressed out, you get your uniform, you get your mat, you get your bunk, you know, you settle in and you say, okay, I'm here. Let me start doing my time. Ain't nothing I could do. That was where I began my comeback. But, you know, fighting my case is treachery, man, on the soul, man.
Yeah, again, I keep going back to the story. I talked to 6ix9ine. He's locked up, and he says he was locked up with Diddy. And he says,
Who's 6ix9ine?
Tekashi 6ix9ine.
He locked up now?
No. He was, because he had a probation violation, so they locked him up for like a month or two.
In MDC?
Yeah. And he says, I'm in there with Diddy, and he was in there with Sam Bankman-Fried. That's when I talked to Diddy, because I didn't even believe they were in the same thing. And he said, yo, Diddy, come talk to Act. And first time I ever heard his voice speaking to me. So, yo, what up, Playboy? First thing he said to me, because I thought he was mad at me about some of the Young Miami stuff. He said, you know I never had nothing against you, right? And I was just like, I didn't even know, you know? But what 6ix9ine told me, he said...
This is on the jail phone or a cell phone?
No, jail phone. Jail phone. It's a jail phone.
And every couple minutes it goes, this call is from an inmate at a federal correctional institution.
Of course. But what Tekashi told me, he said, when I came in here, Diddy was sleeping all day and all night.
Yeah.
He was depressed. And he said, I gave him some words of encouragement because I went through a RICO. And I told him, I said, you can't just sleep all day. You got to fight. And I think those words did affect Diddy a bit, because Diddy finally hired some great PR people, because he was getting killed in the media. Like, we were hearing all type of things. Like, we were hearing, yo, Diddy fucked like 3 animals. He fucked like some cows. He fucked some kids. And you're like, yo, this guy's just a monster.
They had me hook, line, and sinker.
And when you see the federal case and you're like, so you're telling me 2 victims, you're telling me that, yeah, he was a wild boy, but actually most of the stuff we saw in most of the federal, in most of the civil cases, that wasn't his MO. We heard it from the escorts. Say, he's a guy who liked to have those freaky type of nights, but there was an MO to it. The other stuff we were seeing in those civil lawsuits, yo, he was in the room with 5 rappers and he was like, yo, hold her down. Like, that never happened. But that's what polluted the airwaves. And then I also was saying early on, I said, and what did you think about this? That video poisoned so many people's minds. I remember the day that shit dropped.
Yeah.
I said, whatever they said that nigga did, he did it.
Yeah.
Do you think that he could get a fair trial in a venue like New York City? Or do you even think he'd get a fair trial anywhere, especially when that video was out there? Because I think most, I don't know how it works in federal court, he could have opted for a non-jury trial as well, right? That's very rare, but, we could opt for a non-jury trial if you feel like the judge could be the one who could be the arbiter of your fate, Most people usually go with the jury trial because, again, you have more people that could lean your way. You never know what that judge could do. But did you think he could get a fair trial after that video?
I thought he was dead in the water. I wasn't even thinking about a trial. I was like you. I said he did it. Whatever they say he did it. Because I had already believed that he was gay. I had already believed that he engaged with little people, young people. I had believed everything. I believed everything that I heard. And then when I saw the video, it sealed the deal for me. He's dead, guilty. Yeah, he did it. And I went, academics, word is born. I went to Cassie's testimony. I went to the Eastern District of New York in Brooklyn first to get a press pass about 2 months before the trial. They said, Sean, you don't get it here. You got to go to the Southern District of New York. I went down there. They said, man, we don't give no press passes. First come, first serve. So I said, I bet. So when Cassie got on the stand, I went to the court to hear Cassie bust his head to the white meat based upon the video, academics.
Yeah.
I hate this man. This man is a monster. I saw him buy 600 keys from this cartel in Southern California. We flew it back on his private jet. I saw him go behind this building with 3 dudes and this Mexican dude. Only one dude came back. I snuck around the corner and saw 2 dudes laying there. To really, I felt that. And then I'm thinking sex dungeons. They got her tied up, feeding her food out of a dog bowl and opening the door. Everybody come on in and hit it. Do your thing. Y'all come. And
come up here. She right here.
I went to the trial to hear her say that.
I ain't gonna lie, I was there ready to hear that.
I went to the trial.
The whole time I was waiting for them to say, and then Meek Mill comes in the room. I'm like, I've been hearing about that shit. Finally, they mentioned it. Never heard about that.
I'm sitting up, man. Got Sean B. Listen, and they start putting all these text messages up. Cassie saying, "I was just thinking about your big black dick in me, stroking me. I'm horny right now. I can't wait to do a freak off. I want a big dick in my mouth and you stroking me from the back." And I'm looking at and I'm saying, hold up. Cassie saying this, and this is the assistant U.S. attorney who's doing the direct examination, who's putting these exhibits up. Mm-hmm. And then I started to come out of my spell.
When she's walking up there, she's pregnant, she's probably waddling a little bit. She gets teary-eyed quickly. Are you saying, this is before she gets in the depth of the testimony, are you saying, yo, Puff's an asshole, man? Like, because she looks pregnant.
I'm influenced by everything, man.
Yeah.
I'm open like a token.
Yeah.
I'm open like a window. Whatever they say, I'm believing it.
Yeah.
And then under the cross-examination, Anna Esteveo, Puffy's attorney, she didn't run down on her and gorilla her on the stand. She was very nice to Cassie.
Yeah, that was a hell of an approach.
And academics, I sat there and I listened, and I heard Cassie become a defense witness for Puff.
On cross?
On the cross. Cross-examination. talking about how much I love them. Puffy, her and Puffy texted. One text message said, Puffy said, let me hurry up and go to sleep so I can wake up and see you tomorrow. I love you that much. I love you so much. I want you make me cry. This is what Puffy's texting her. And she texting him back, I love you so much. You make me a better daughter, sister, brother, everything. I want to have your baby. Happy Father's Day. And I'm like, wait a minute, man. And then they got to the video joint. And they said, this ain't no 13-second loop video. This is a 6-minute video. And after that, Cassie went to her crib by Uber. Puffy texted her like 8 times, baby, please come back. Baby, please, please. Please come back, please. The police go to Cassie's apartment from something else, from some noise, go in, throw her friend up against the wall, Kerry, and tell Cassie, give me your ID. Cassie, I ain't giving you nothing.
The police go up in there.
The police went to Cassie's crib. Give me your ID. I ain't giving you my driver's license. And Kerry's friend said, tell her what happened, Cassie. Cassie said, ain't nothing happened. This is after he whooped her ass in the hole. Ain't nothing happened. I ain't got nothing to say. No statement.
Yeah.
Few hours later, or it may have even been the next day, she go back by Puffy's crib.
Claudia.
She go back by Puffy's crib, and then they go to the movie premiere together. And I said, well, man, wait a minute, man. Where's the chain to the hot water heater?
Oh, hold on. Lauren's on the way back. She said we can order some pizza. Let's order some pizza. You want pizza?
Yeah, it's pepperoni.
Oh, pepperoni. Yeah,
at the ceremony, I ran in the Joni.
Let's get some pepperoni. What was your favorite brand? What you want?
Don't matter.
All right, let's get some good pepperoni, all right?
Academics. They go to the movie premiere together, man, the same night. And I'm looking at all these texts, and all they telling each other.
What's your demeanor watching this shit now?
I'm like, man, they loved each other.
Yeah.
Where is the chain to the hot water heater in the basement?
When we heard about the R. Kelly case, we heard that R. Kelly would sometimes have them sit in the corner, look at the wall. You can't talk to no one. And it was that type of supposed control that we were trying to hear where, yo, he locked her up for 5 days.
I'm so glad, Puffy, one of Puffy's texts, I'm so glad you came to Atlanta to see me on your own accord. And Cassie texts him back, said, baby, I'll go anywhere to see you. Academic, and I'm sitting up in the joint, and I'm like, wait a minute, man. This ain't what y'all told me on CNN, MSNBC, Fox News. This ain't what y'all told me, man, on Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. Y'all told me this man was gay. Y'all told me this man messed with little people.
Right.
And then I'm thinking a freak off is an all-white party, and in one of his houses, and there's this special room with 17, 18 people in there, condoms all on the floor, they swinging from. And Cassie said a freak off.
I'm going to be honest, I thought we would have heard a lot more of, at one time, they held me down.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
That's what I was thinking I was going to hear. One time I told him, I'm not doing this. He holds me down, and the guy is just fucking me.
Pounding me.
I was ready to hear that.
Cassie said a freak off was nothing more than me, Sean, Puffy, and a male escort. I said, that's it. And he used to he'd stand over there in the corner, he'd be butt naked with a baseball cap on, and he watch the dude knock Cassie down. Then he walk out, and Cassie walk out in the other room, and then she come back in and ask the Punisher, do you want to finish? And I said, this is a freak off? Just 3 people? And that was it. And he used to stand there.
20 people, I'm not going to lie.
Me too.
I'm not.
I thought that's the way they build it. Some senators, some A-list, Hollywood actors, other. That's the way. You understand? And all he
like all of a sudden, Cuba Gooding Jr. walked in the room.
All of them. And then after she got off the stand, I said, Sean, you got to keep coming back. I wasn't going to go back. I said, Sean, you got to keep going back.
Cassie was the main attraction. You wanted to see Cassie to hear firsthand testimony. Look
Bury
her in the
him.
eye.
Bury him. Bury him. If anybody could have buried him, Cassie could have buried him, and she didn't. She's got on the stand and said she loved him. She was insanely jealous of Kim Porter, insanely jealous of Gina. You understand? She wanted to spend Thanksgiving with Puff. She wanted to spend Christmas with Puff. He only spent time with her on New Year's. She wanted to have his baby. And Puffy loved her too. He didn't want no other niggas around her. And I said, man, I ain't going back. But then I said, Sean, go back. Because now everybody talking like, because when we first get down there, I'm the only nigga that's pro-Puff.
Yeah. How is the energy towards you?
Man, they was looking at me like I stink. They was looking at me like I stink. Everybody. You for Puff, you black females, black dudes, white females, everybody. I was the Lone Ranger. I was the Lone Ranger. And as the case progressed, because after Cassie, now everybody who anti-Puff, they whole theory blown in the water. Oh yeah, this is just the first week. The prosecution, they not going, you understand, come with their heavy hitters the first week. They going to save that for later. Oh, for real? All right, so let me keep coming. And as I kept coming, their witness testimony got worse and worse and worse. And they got crushed under cross-examination. And I would go out and do my lives, and the people would hear it, and then that's when Tisa Tells and the black girls from ABC and CBS and they started going to the marshals and the judge saying, you got to get him out of here.
Why?
Because I was talking a whole different narrative. They was coming out doing selective reporting, only reporting the direct examination. I was coming out reporting the direct and the cross.
Yeah.
You understand? So I was upsetting the apple cart as far as the narrative on mainstream media and down there at the thing. And after about week 4, week 5, then you started to see TMZ and other platforms like Puff, kind of quasi-pro-Puff. But that was from the God, man. That was from me.
Do you think that going into this, that Diddy's team, and I think they knew, hey, listen, we're not only fighting this case. And by the way, I've said this before, like Diddy's PR team, because the government won't send or release certain exhibits. So Diddy's PR team, they'll say, hey, I know y'all ain't in court, but this isn't publicly, it's supposed to be in the docket. Y'all don't have it right now. Here it is. This is on the docket. It's not no secret file. Go read the message between Puff and Cassie. And do you think that they realized they had to fight this case not only in the court of law, but they have to change the minds of the people who come on, who are woke and who are saying, hey, we already seen the video, nigga. You've been guilty. Like, we came up in this shit. You've been guilty. This is guilty. You better tell us. You better show us how you innocent, bro.
Public opinion. Nigga, academics, I lost 700 Instagram followers.
Oh, wow.
Because I was posting on my Instagram pictures of Puff, me and Puff. I'm riding with this nigga, man. You understand? I lost subscribers. So the PR, Puffy had no PR. All his PR was anti-Puff. You understand? I was the first one. And even the niggas that was pro-Puff, excuse me for cutting you off, they was scared to say they was because they needed acceptance. They wanted to be, nobody wanted to stand out. But that's what I like to do.
Do you think that this case is easier, or would have probably even maybe one of the raises of the mistrial would have been, hey, yo, listen, yo, we going home. If this narrative wasn't built up that, no, just keep waiting. You're going to see, because here's the thing. I watched the whole trial, and, some people are shocked that Diddy didn't do much of a defense. I wasn't. He didn't actually present a defense. He didn't put no witness up
He
there.
didn't need to.
I was, the whole time I'm watching the case for the prosecution, I was waiting on the smoking gun.
Talk to him, academics.
So
Me too.
So I'm waiting on the smoking gun. And then all they could give me is salacious shit. It's like they gave me gossip blog material. Hey, did you know Diddy like having semen rub on his nipples? But what that got to do with the guilty or not? No, but do you know that? This is a headline. And they would give that, and I was like, where's the smoking gun?
We all was there for that. And they kept saying, oh, the prosecution ain't going to put it all out in the first week. We're going to be here at least 6 weeks.
Did you think you seen, or what do you think they thought it was, the smoking gun? Because if it wasn't Cassie, do they think it was the video? But we didn't get anyone later that said, oh, I told this nigga here, or this is what happened. This is how this.
It kept changing. First it was Cassie. And once I saw Cassie say on the stand, Anna Esteveo asked her, did you love Sean? She said, yes, I did. And I believe Sean loved me. Do you hate Sean? No, I don't hate him. Do you still love Sean? And she said, and she caught herself because her husband was right there and Puff was right there. She said, I loved our past. But see, you have to be a player. See, if you ain't no player, if women ain't your thing, and see, women is my thing, right? You can tell in the inflection of a woman's voice if she still loves a man by the way her tone and how she talks and couches her language. And on the stand, academics, you could see as clear as day, she still loved him. She still loves him. And she didn't want to hurt him. She didn't want to have to testify. She just wanted her 20 millions and run off in the bushes. And
she had moved back with her parents, huh?
She had moved back with her parents, with her husband and kids. They was broke from what the story was.
Driving a Kia.
What it came out. On the stand under cross-examination.
Jaguar or the Kia will do it.
And I heard in that girl's voice while she was testifying, I said, she still love this nigga. And this nigga still love her. They both fronting in this courtroom. But she didn't think, I don't think she thought it was going to go that far. But I was waiting for the smoking gun too. And the smoking gun kept changing. All right? It was Cassie. Then it wasn't Cassie. Now it's Kid Cudi. Okay, Kid Cudi.
Kid Cudi helped him.
Kid Cudi got up there lying. Okay, now it's Capricorn Clark.
What Kid Cudi lie about?
Kid Cudi got up there and lied and said that he called Puffy on Puffy's phone. Puffy answered the phone, and he said, you in my house, motherfucker? Kid Cudi said, you in my house, motherfucker? This was happening on the stand. And Puffy said, yeah, I'm here. I'm waiting for you.
That might not be a lie, but because that's not even a charged thing.
And
Trespassing is not a charge.
And Kid Cudi said, all right, wait there, I'm on my way. And then say when he got there, Puffy was gone.
Remember, trespassing, first of all, that's not a federal charge. Number two, what Kid Cudi definitely, and that's why I think Kid Cudi helped him, Kid Cudi could have said if he really wanted to be a help to the prosecutor, yeah, when that nigga broke in, he went through my Christmas gifts and he stole a Gucci bag. He stole this. That's now burglary. See, now that's some shit.
That's why the story, you know what I'm saying?
So trespassing is like, okay, so he went in, he went through the gifts.
Put his dog in the bathroom.
Dog in the bathroom. Did he take anything? No.
And they spent a lot of time on this motherfucking dog.
How did he get in the house? No forced entry.
Right. The dog, that lady came out, said, Brian, whoever crossed me says, didn't you leave your door open? Didn't you leave your door? He said, yeah, I left my door open. So that gets rid of the break-in, right? Which is what the narrative was, right? And put the dog in the bathroom. And the gifts, only gifts that was open were female gifts. Now, the gossip around the courtroom was that it was either Cassie or his ex-girlfriend.
Cassie backdoored him.
Is either Cassie or his ex-girlfriend cut the roof and dropped the joint in there. You understand? But then it was Kid Cudi. Now it's Mia. Mia's the smoking gun. Oh, it ain't Mia. Now it's Jane Doe. Jane Doe smoking. Oh, now it's Brendan Paul, the drug mule. It never came, man.
Then Banner was a disgrace. Dawn Rashad, I wonder what's going to happen with her civil case.
Trash can.
I think if her civil lawyer got to say, we prepped you too well for you to go up there and fuck up like that.
13 lies.
You got exposed.
She told 13 lies on the stand. Dawn Rashad. Told 4 different stories of the eggs on the skillet. Told a story that they was at this film festival in Canada and Puffy beat upside the head and dragged her. And we later found out under cross that Puffy had a videographer crew that followed them the whole time they was there. None of this ever happened.
Really?
Yeah. She wanted to come back and work with Puff after she left. Mia wanted to come back and work with Puff after she left.
One thing I didn't like, and, you know, I want to be also sensitive to potential victims or victims themselves, is that here's the thing. It's like damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? There is no way to prove in the minds of when you get to the Dr. Hughes of the world that this person didn't have animosity until now when the money is available. Because if you say, well, if I did that in 2017,
malingering.
What about in 2018 and 2019? You sent me birthday wishes. You wanted to come back and work. We did this together. You said, hey, don't disband the group. Let's keep collaborating. If that doesn't...
And I threatened to kill you. You testified I threatened to kill you. But yeah, you want to come back and work with me.
That's the thing that makes it difficult, because if we now say, to me, that would be rational. But you get Dr. Hughes going to say, well, irrational behavior is what a victim does. So it's like, okay, so if she stays, it's Stockholm Syndrome. If she leaves and comes back for the money, it's because she's still a victim. There's no way that Diddy could prove that she's capping now. She's lying for the money.
Dr. Dawn Hughes was an employee of the Southern District of New York at one point when she gets out of college. Dr. Dawn Hughes is supposed to be an expert witness, a blind witness. Never diagnosed, sat with Cassie to diagnose anything. And all of this came under her cross-examination by Jonathan Bach, who works with Alexandra Shapiro. He destroyed her. After Mark Agnifilo gave the opening statement, she met with federal prosecutors 8 times, Dr. Dawn Hughes. The 7th time was after Mark Agnifilo gave his opening statement, which is highly unethical. And then after Cassie gave 3 days of testimony, she met with the prosecutors again to start tailoring their language in their motions and briefs of what to say so that it fits into her testimony about Stockholm Syndrome and all of this. And let me say this to the women, man. My mother was I watched my mother be a part of domestic violence as a little boy. It traumatized me in the 1970s. So I'm not condoning domestic violence against women. I don't hit women. So just want to qualify for that I'm not insensitive to domestic violence and men beating on women. I watched my mother go through it. And she met with them after. These are, so as this kept going, I said, man, they lying on this man. They lying on this man. And the smoking gun never came, man. Never. And for Puff to be, if I'm sitting here, y'all, and I'm this passionate about it, imagine how Puff is sitting there and they looking at giving them 30 calendars, man.
By the way, we have a donation here. Phantom Studios Alchemy, thank you for the donation. He says, the objective is to stand up for what's right, but they're trying to make an example out of Puff. Do you think that what's happening now is the idea is to make an example out of Puff? And, you know, there are people who have these, you know, theories that somehow he may have rubbed maybe people the wrong way along his path. and it's his time for the example to be made.
Well, that's the narrative, right? But ain't that the same thing me and you just discussed? What we drank the Kool-Aid about everything else, right? Oh, this is Diageo, this is that coming back on them. Karma. I don't know what it is, and I'm not going to speculate. What's reality is that, this nigga is sitting in court, and people have gotten on the stand and lied on him, man. And he's facing a potential 30 years, man. And that his attorneys requested 2 mistrials, right? There's been prosecutorial misconduct pre-trial, violation of attorney-client privilege, taking pictures of his notes while he's out at MDC Brooklyn. Mm-hmm. It's been wild, man.
Hey, Hazel Days, is this true? And someone sent over the link if it's true. They said, you got to check it out. Gina just did a small interview. Look it up. She said Diddy is not dangerous. I'm not sure if this is true. We need to fact check this. Did Gina do any interviews? Remember, she was supposed to be a victim.
Didn't show.
I'm wondering how, that's a very interesting situation.
How do you not show? And then how is that not a mistrial? Your witness ain't showing, and you built your whole denial of the bail?
Somebody says TMZ? No way she did TMZ. No way.
You denied him bail, all on Gina's being a witness, all these witnesses, and they never come.
Oh my God, she did. Wait, we're going to be able to play this live. She was leaving a Whole Foods in Las Vegas on Monday, and a photographer asked her the questions. Here's the interesting part. The feds is claiming they couldn't get in contact with her, but a photographer called her leaving Whole Foods. Let's hear it. I'm going to play it live.
I think she told him she wasn't coming, even if they did find her.
Yeah, I think they didn't like optically to either threaten jail with her. So I think that's why they just let it go. They probably thought they had enough. Here we go. Wait, hold on.
I have a quick question for you. You think Diddy's gonna win this trial? Before you go, I just want to know if Diddy does win this trial, do you think your life will be threatened in any kind of way? No. You don't think so? You think everything will be safe? Because the girl Aubrey O'Day, she said that.
So she said if Diddy wins, so they asked if Diddy wins the trial, do you think you'll be threatened? Your life will be threatened. She says no. So now he's bringing up Aubrey O'Day, who was a Danny Kane,
Danny Kane, yeah,
one of the group. They're saying, well, that's what her thing was, right? Here we go.
Diddy wins, she gonna leave the country.
I mean, he never did anything dangerous to me. I'm not scared.
You not?
Diddy never did anything dangerous to me. I'm not scared. This was supposed to be a victim.
That's why they didn't call her.
Diddy never did anything to me. I'm not scared.
He never did anything dangerous to me. I'm not scared.
You not scared? Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Okay.
Listen, it came out during the testimony that Diddy had about 9 girlfriends. Cassie testified to this, that she knew that he probably had 8 to 9 girlfriends.
Damn.
Where is the other 7, 6 or 7 academics? Why are they not coming up saying they did this? They not suing them. There's no civil suit. Why is it just these 2? The nigga was a player, man. That's all it was.
You think that's why he's in jail, though?
Because he was a player?
Well, because he probably, most players weave a web of lies. You tell one girl this, hey, fuck what them other girls talking about. I only do this with you. You my main joint. And they all look like they were vying to have a baby by him. They wanted to be the main girl. They wanted to be on the jet. They wanted to be in Turks. They want to be on the yacht. And resentment turns to, listen, if any, and this is, shout out to all my chat queens in here, by the way. I love how you guys are so complimentary of Lauren. I love you guys for that. But to my chat kings in here, y'all know, as a dude, when a woman get on her, you wasted my time. That's a scorned woman right there.
Yeah.
You wasted my time.
Very
Cassie
dangerous.
got with Diddy when she was 19. She left him at 30. She said, you wasted my time.
Well,
The thing she wanted, she didn't leave with. Diddy was the type of dude that he was so hard-nosed, he said, I paid $50,000 for that nigga to train you. It's all good. You want to go fuck with a trainer? Give me my $50,000 back. So Diddy wasn't down to let them get nothing off of him.
I set you up videos with Wiz Khalifa. I set you up videos with French Montana. I put you in videos and collabs with Rick Ross. I put you in videos and collabs with Pusha T. This all came out in the testimony. So because of me, I gave you access to people that you never, ever, ever would have got access to. But it also came out in cross-examination that she really wasn't that talented. Like, she was just beautiful. She really wasn't that that's what they say. And then they showed this performance she did on 106 in Park where she got destroyed for the performance. But to say that he didn't put her, she continued to model, is disingenuous to say that he throttled her career or he shut her career down. None of that came out in the testimony.
Yeah, no, it's going to be an interesting thing. I'm wondering if Jane Doe looks at this and says, I didn't do myself no favors by doing this.
No, your legacy.
I think that Diddy was going. I think Diddy played it smart strategically with her.
How?
Because
Kept paying her rent?
here's the thing. Listen, and I'm about to open the chat.
Open the chat
Yeah, I
up.
gotta open the chat. Hold on.
Sidebar.
Hey, yo, chat.
Sidebar.
Oh, lovely lady. What's up with you, by the way? Thank you for the 5. She says, okay, they need 2 predicate acts, and 2, 3, 4, 5 probably is not guilty, but they connected with the predicate acts. Am I right? Well, there's other predicate acts. If they've agreed, even if they've agreed or disagreed, there's other predicate acts. The fact that they can't make up their mind, I got to believe it's not predicate acts issue. It's probably an enterprise issue. But I just forgot my thought even going to that. What was that what I was say? Oh,
Ladies?
by the way, oh yeah, Counselor at Large, thank you for the 10. He says, we in the 4th quarter, game 7, Diddy got to pull this off. Grown adults can't make their own decision now? This case is bullshit. This is what my man Counselor at Large says. He says these are grown-ass adults.
He's right. Listen, a lot of the women that I've talked to looked at these women, Cassie and Jane Doe, like they fumbled the bag. Like, women have said to me, you mean to tell me, Jane Doe, you only had to see this nigga every 5 weeks or every 2 months and you got whatever you wanted? You could have still had a nigga on the side and just saw. You messed that up.
Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. In chat, I do have the chat open. I got the chat open. What I was trying to ask, and don't tell me I forgot again, Jesus Christ. I was gonna say, one in the chat if you guys believe, and because this is my belief, and this is why I said that Cassie lawsuit was devastating. I believe Gina started plotting on his ass as soon as that happened. Gina started saying, not Gina, well, I keep calling
Jane Doe.
Jane Doe.
100%.
She started saying, nigga, you keep threatening me over that little 10K a month and you paid a bitch $20 million? One in the chat, if you believe or you understand a chick realizing what you did for another chick, she's saying, if you gave that bitch $20 million, nigga, you should be giving me $100,000 a month. What the fuck are you talking about? That's what I think. At that moment, she said, I'm going to record calls.
I can agree with you.
I'm going to start being violent with you. I'm going to get you out of character. I'm going to start doing things, and I'm going to catalog it in case when I need to get
the
what I
feds
need.
is already meeting with her then. Because in my case, the feds went and met with my clients.
Really?
They went and met with my clients, my son's mother, everybody close to me months before they came with the search warrant. They had already turned them against me. They went and met with Jane Doe and said, "Come here, let me rap to you for a minute."
Didn't Jane Doe say that there was an agent? I know Lauren said that.
There was left a card on the door or
Yeah.
something. They went and met with her and
Do
said,
you
"Look,
think that she met with them and didn't tell Puff?
ain't no question."
But she
Yes.
claims she loved Puff. She would,
I don't
she
give a
would be
goddamn
trying to-
what her mouth said.
Hold on. If she's there with him when he crafting the apology, she's on the other side of the video or the camera screen when he's recording the apology. She's chiming in. You don't think if they leave that card and then she about to meet with him, she says, "Listen, I'm about to talk to these fuck niggas real quick. What should I say to them? I'm about to spin them."
Yeah, but they went to her and told her, said, "Look."
You think they threatened her?
No, they told her, said, "Look, you have engaged in interstate sex trafficking and prostitution.
Mm-hmm.
You are going to be indicted, and the maximum sentence you can get for that is 10 years, and we are going to put you in prison. You are going to lose custody of your son." And
I think
from
that
right
was the
there,
thing.
from right there, she flipped the whole tune, because all of the cross-examining testimony and all of the text messages up to that point was, "Baby, I love you. You're the greatest thing that ever happened to me. You make my world what it is. I'm a better human, and I hope we're going to be together forever. I am your friend for life." But after them feds got to her, then, because they told her, "We need you to get violent with him. We need you to fight him and get some bruises so we can substantiate and corroborate your bruises with Cassie's. Everything that Cassie alleged in her civil suit, we need you to engage in. And if you do this for us, we'll give you immunity. We won't prosecute you. You have to testify for us, and you can maybe sue him in a civil suit and win millions of dollars."
Hey,
and that's when she changed.
What I realized, there is a point, there's trigger points of both people. So with Cassie, and we heard the audio of her threatening this guy named Sujit, like this guy, I guess, who had saw a freak off video that
Somehow we got a copy of the
Yeah,
video.
But you realize maybe why for Cassie, any exposure of people knowing about this behavior was a trigger point. When it came to Jane Doe, it was always her child. Apparently, in what she testified, now, like, even bigger than Puff saying, you ain't happy for this $10K a month crib over your head, Puff would say, "I'm gonna tell your child father what's popping over here." And she was always really embarrassed, and it's potentially, she was saying, if he knows this, we're going to custody court. We're gonna go to court that he would try to get full custody of the kid. That was her trigger point. And I'm wondering if maybe the feds scare her to say, "We'll take you away from your kid.
1,000%.
You'll never see your kid again."
You're going to work for us.
By the
And we're
way-
going to send you to prison.
By the way, Poppy's Kitchen, thank you for the the 5 pounds.
Poppy's
He's from
Kitchen,
UK.
what up, man?
He said, "Big up Sean G for standing up for Diddy."
Barbados. I think that's Barbados, ain't he?
I don't know, but he's
Poppy's Kitchen, Barbados.
And he said, "Big up to Big Act for introducing us to Sean." Sidebar.
Sidebar.
When's the merch coming out, man? We
You got to do it, man.
Come on, yo, hey Verselli, cook up the Sidebar merch. We need about next week. We do good on merch. All the proceeds is going to my man Unc.
Sidebar.
You should have had that out, man. You've been killing it.
Yeah.
Sidebar. They were doing a bunch of. Who was in what particular place in the case? We were seeing a whole bunch of sidebars.
Man, the prosecution was getting their head busted to white meat, man, when a bunch of sidebars came with Dawn Richard's testimony, Dr. Dawn Hughes. Jonathan Bach was laying into her, and the prosecution was quick. Sidebar. Sidebar. Time out. Let's slow this down. And they'll go back around there, and Puffy's lawyers will come right back with the same question.
I heard they were playing white noise in the court when they had these things that no one could
Yeah,
hear.
when you're up in 26 and they do a sidebar, they play. So you can't hear it.
Hey, live from deck, thank you for the 5. It says, "Yo, no one ever described the reaction of Diddy's mother or the kids when the details of the freak-offs were first given. You got to ask Unc or Lauren, what was the reaction of the family when some of the graphic details were put out. Did you ever look at them?
I don't know because I wasn't in 26. I went in 26.
Lauren was there, so she would probably
one
know.
day, and most of my time, the majority, all of my time was in 24B.
So you were in the room with Puff at least one day.
I went in there one day.
How did he look?
He's fat. He's heavy.
Did he fat?
Yeah, picked up a lot of weight.
How much?
He's fat.
He's round.
Yeah, he's looked like a bowling pin.
No way.
Yeah. He turned around. We kind of made eye contact, but it was kind of quick. But I just wanted to see him, man, and I wanted him to see
saying
me.
He does this every single time. Like he comes in and he does this. This is what the sketch artist does.
I think that's when his daughter's mother comes in. She came in today. His youngest daughter, Love, is that her name?
Yeah, the youngest daughter is Love, but the baby mama is Dana Tran. I wonder what his relationship with her. She's been so quiet. She's never made.
She got long hair, pretty girl, brown, tan skin. She was there today. She walked in, and he turns around, and he waves at her. She waved at him. She rides. She in his corner. She in his corner. Cassie is a rat. Jane Doe is a rat. Dawn Richard is a rat.
Okay, going for them lies.
Mia is a rat.
Was those lies offensive to you?
The fact that you took the stand. KK is cash money. D-Rock is cash money. Whoever didn't get on the stand and help him is cash money, and their integrity is intact. Integrity ain't never went out of style. If you got on the stand and you testified against a man that helped you, gave you money when you had a crunch for insurance payment on your car, or you was behind on rent, or you needed groceries. Jane Doe, he gave you 10 grand. He asked you, what should I give you for an allowance? You asked him for $15,000. He said, nah, this is the testimony, y'all. I'm inside the courtroom. He said, I ain't giving you 15, I'm gonna give you a dime. You took the whole dime and spent it on rent for you and a child, instead of taking $3,500 or $4,000 on rent, banking $5,000 for 2 years.
Well, let's think about it though. That was proof to me she has another man. She has other men, because if she has you know what I personally believe? She tells every nigga she with, I got a $10,000 joint, and it kind of levels up to maybe the amount of money they need to give her to keep her whatever. It's not like Diddy's beating her down every day. Diddy's not occupying. You see, Cassie couldn't play two niggas. Jane Doe could play two niggas.
That's what she do.
Jane Doe could play two niggas, be at the freak off with Bear, do it something else. She could be bouncing around, because Diddy at that point was so polished, he wasn't sweating her.
He didn't care. She only saw Diddy every 5 weeks to every 2 months, and they lived 30 minutes apart.
And she claims she moved there to
my partner, I love my partner. This is my boyfriend. How the fuck is he your boyfriend?
Did she come across sincere? You're hearing her
Hell
voice.
no, man. She corny, man. She's corny, man. They live 30 minutes apart, and Puff would see her every 5 weeks to 2 months.
Hey, we have an interesting donation here. Dark Skin Jermaine, the writer. What up, bro?
Dark Skin Jermaine.
Thank you for 5. He says, yo, dating broke women, including Cassie, was the beginning of the problem. Puff never had no issues with J-Lo or Young Miami. They got their own back. They're not over here singing. By the
Cassie wasn't broke. Don't do that. Cassie was not broke.
Without Puff, she don't have it.
Cassie was not broke. When Cassie met Puff, this all came out in cross-examination. She had put out her first album, which was a success. I don't know nothing about her. This is when she was with Ryan Leslie. She was linked up with Tommy Mottola, a very powerful person in the music industry. She was modeling, and she had an apartment in Manhattan. This is before she meets Puff. She was already an established artist. Anna Esteveo brought this out under cross-examination. She was not broke. Don't say that.
Counselor Lawrence, 5, it says, yo, I think Diddy's not guilty on 4. So you believe on the 4 charge he's not guilty, and it said, I think we're deadlock on racketeering. Said, let's go. One could only hope. We have no idea. This is the biggest cliffhanger we've ever seen. tomorrow, what's your plans tomorrow, by the way?
Be at the courtroom. You know what I'm doing.
So it's probably likely.
Then I'm coming over here.
Yeah, so it's likely that you're going to be sitting there watching that verdict because I think they're going to deliver it tomorrow.
Sidebar. I'm going to be right there.
Yeah.
In the courtroom. As soon as it come down, I'm going downstairs and I'm going live.
What do you think is going to happen? It's going to be high emotions, whether guilty or innocent. You have his mother. You have so many people that rely on him. You have Dana Tran, who just has a newborn by him. You have his 7 kids. You have so many people who either, are interested in the release or the acquittal of him. And probably the people who have testified are saying, we need this quote unquote monster locked up that we could secure the bag. What do you think the emotions tomorrow is going to be? Because I'm going to say, I'll predict, Chad, I think a verdict is coming tomorrow.
Sean G is going to be devastated if he's found guilty of RICO. I am going to be hurt. I'm going to be devastated. I'm going to be angry. I'm going to be disillusioned. I'm going to lose all faith in the federal criminal justice system. I am going to be hurt.
What do you say to the people? And I saw some people say this. They said, man, we love Unc, but Unc definitely picked a side. He's too much on the one side, and we want to love Unc, but we don't want Unc to be too much on a side. We want Unc to just give it up. And yeah, he could lean one side, but it's clear you are saying free Puff at this point.
Well, if you read The Art of War by Niccolo Machiavelli, Machiavelli states that it's better to have a friend who picks one side or the other versus a friend that straddles the fence and waits for the outcome and the winner and then picks a side, because that person who straddles the fence and picks the side of the winner will never ever be trusted by the winner, because the winner will have seen that they were straddling the fence. But the one that picks a side,
that's a fact,
and the guy wins, he knows that that's a loyal friend. The man that picks a side and he loses, the loser knows that's still his loyal friend, because he picked the side before the judgment ever came down, before the war was won. So, Sean G, I'm straight up and down like 6 o'clock, right? This is how I live my life. If I'm with you, I'm down with you like 4 flat tires. And if I'm not with you, I ain't with you.
That's very interesting. I'm going to say this. I've never said this before.
Academics.
No. I've never said this before.
Shout out Academics took my live and put it in his live.
Yo.
And I got about $1,200 in super chats that day.
Hey.
Changed the whole trajectory of my platform. Motherfucker, AK sent me here. Act sent me here. AK sent me here.
Yo,
and you sent me 300.
Come on,
and you sent me 300.
Let me tell you
I
this.
said, I said it done changed.
Hey,
I said it done changed.
To what you just said, I never said this. And I never said this.
I studies The Art of War, The Book of Five Rings by Miyamoto Musashi, The Art of War by Sun Tzu, The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli, The Discourses by Niccolo Machiavelli, The Art of War by Niccolo Machiavelli. These is required reading. I got little Sean reading it.
Let me say this to you.
Check me out.
I've never said this. Chat. When I went to meet with the president's son, Donald J. Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr., I went to Mar-a-Lago. We had dinner. And I'm trying to bring my world to them, because obviously they were going through a campaign at the time. And I'm like, listen, I'm going to be on Apologetically Me. I'm hip-hop.
What year is this?
This is last year, right? They got
okay, for this administration.
Yes,
all right.
Of course.
Talk to me.
We're talking about the Kendrick and the Drake beef. And while I was shocked, because I was going to go to Mar-a-Lago and I was going to go view the president's estate, He was probably going to pop up there, maybe, but his son was going to be her official guest. We stay at a hotel that's about like 20, 25 minutes.
You and who?
Just me.
By yourself.
Rumble set it all up.
Check them out.
I got a salute to Rumble. We're streaming on Rumble right now. Lauren was confused because we rated Lauren today. We gave her the treatment.
Shout out to Rumble.
Yeah, the same shit they did for you, we did for Lauren today too. Like, she got a lot of super chats and everything. I told her to go live. You know, we got to show love to you guys. We watch you guys so much. We watch you, we watch Lauren. And no, there were messages in her comments of like R Block, and she was like, "What's R Block?" It's Rumble. So, shout out to my guy, Chris Pavlovsky. He's the CEO of Rumble. He set it up. He says, you're gonna meet with the president, possibly, but definitely the son of the future president, but also the past, because it was Donald Trump. He was in a campaign. I said, okay, cool. I go to the hotel. I was expecting a lot of shit. The president's son pulls up in a Suburban, no Secret Service. He's like, hop in. Super regular. I'm telling you, this is how it went. He drove us to Mar-a-Lago. There is police and Secret Service because it's a tourist attraction. It's in Palm Beach. Everybody drives. They got their MAGA thing, whatever. Again, I went there to represent myself in hip-hop, okay? When I get in there, and by the way, I'll say, he asked me, he says, what's going on in your world? I said, well, the biggest thing going on in my world right now, they got Kendrick and Drake beef. The wife, who's now the ex-wife, she actually was the wife of Gavin Newsom at one point, and then she became the, I think, fiance of Donald Trump Jr. was Kim. She said, you know, Kendrick sampled me. I was on Fox News at the time. So we started talking about hip-hop stuff. Kendrick, Drake. We started talking about Diddy a little bit, because that was after the Diddy got, was under investigation. And we get to have dinner at Mar-a-Lago. And they gave me the tour. They said, this is my father. This is my room. And I was like, oh, wow, this is impressive. So we're having dinner. And he says, tell me a little bit more about what's going on in your world. What is this beef? So I'm telling the president's son about hip-hop beef. And I'm like, Kendrick and Drake, they don't get along. It's not that serious, but it's a war of words. And he says to me, where do you lie on the matter? And I say, Drake's my guy. Drake's my favorite artist. He's always been. He says, I know you're the number one guy in hip-hop media. This is why they set this all up. You're the number one guy. And he said to me, which is something important, which relates to what you said. He said, if that's your guy, rock out for your guy. Can't play both sides. You'll be bigger and better when you play Kingmaker. Don't be the person that's just sitting there like, whoever who wins, I'm going to be on their side. Right. Because the guy who sits back and says, whoever who wins, I'm rocking with them,
can never be trusted.
That's a sucker.
Can never be trusted.
You could never be trusted, no. And you have no power. It's better you go out in a blaze of glory with the person that didn't win.
Right.
Or you're standing victorious next to the person that did.
Right.
More than you're the person that never picked a side. And I looked at that from someone who, they're not looking at how I'm looking at this world. They're looking at global economic power control. And from their perspective.
And he saw his father go through it.
From their perspective, that neutral shit don't work.
No.
That, we don't have an opinion. No. We fuck with them both.
I'm taking a
don't
side.
Work. So I completely understand that. And by the way, it's the same thing with me, even in that situation. Whether people said it was win, lose, or draw. Yeah. I picked who I thought was the guy. Whatever y'all thought is what y'all thought. But what you would know about me is that I'm not the guy who waits for the results to be ready. And I said, I got it.
Right,
I got it.
Right.
Yeah.
My man.
Right.
Yo, my man. Yo, nigga, I knew you.
I knew you was. Yo, you ever see them videos when they watching the basketball game and one team wins and he take the jersey off and he got the other jersey underneath?
Right.
Could never be that. So
no.
I understand what you're saying. Why do you think that other people down at that courthouse were unwilling? We're unwilling to say what their gut feeling was or
Be
their
vocal
heart?
about it?
Yes.
Because they need acceptance. Their self-esteem is low, and they need acceptance from people and approval from other people. They want to fit in. Because there was definitely some people. I was the only one that was vocal about it. Nobody, man. Nobody. I was the lone ranger, man. And I became Puff's PR. I became Puff's PR.
That's interesting. Explain that because
his family, they couldn't speak to me because they probably got gag orders or whatever the case may be.
And also they couldn't speak. They couldn't say anything because people are looking at them a certain way.
And they didn't know me really too much, right?
Yeah.
But the more they watched my videos, because I found out they were watching, because some of the attorneys for Puff came up to me in the hallway and said, yo, we watch your videos.
And they knew who you were.
Ain't no question. And then I would see the sons and the family, they'd be like, you know, which was letting me know, like, they see what I'm doing. But I wasn't doing it for them. I wasn't doing it for them, man. You know what I mean? I'm solid all the way through, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm solid all the way through. The feds wanted me to cooperate in my case, man. They wanted me to turn in my clients, and they wanted me to wear cameras and wires, and my son's mother was took custody of him away from me and shit, and 27 days before I left to go to prison. And I went to my public pretender and said, yo, man, I can't, you got to
You
get
said
me.
public pretender?
My public pretender.
You mean public defender?
Public pretender.
Not defender.
Not a public defender. That nigga was a public pretender. And I said, man, I got to get some home confinement or probation. And he said, Sean, the only way, you got mandatory incarceration. You got zone D, level 0, category 0, level 15. You got mandatory incarceration unless you sign a 5K1 and you turn in your clients, and we're going to put a camera and wires on you. And you got to go in places we want you to go into and be on call. I said, man, hurry up and send me to prison, man.
You turn it down.
I'm not finna do that.
Why?
No, man, hell no. Mama, that ain't me, man.
We live in a different world now where I think in hip-hop,
but I got a
son,
son, man. My name's Sean Xavier Gunby Sr., man. And I got a son, Sean Xavier Gunby Jr., man. And he got to live up underneath that umbrella. You understand? And, you know, I was a fly nigga before I came on YouTube and social media. You know what I'm saying? I had $1 million net worth before all of this, right? So, you know, I just wasn't going to do that. I never did that. The way I was brought up is that you never do that. You never do that. You never do that. And the people that did that to me, that cooperated against me, ain't none of them had no good luck.
They were cooperants against you.
Yeah, man. Motherfuckers agreed to testify against me, man.
So, wait, so what do you feel like, you know, they mention Diddy being in court, and when some people are on the stand, he can't help but be like,
because he know they lying.
Like, it's like he, and to the point, they warned him. They're like, you're doing too much. But
Right.
I could imagine he's like, I did all this for you, and you up here telling this fallacy?
Thank you. Say it, academics. That's how he feels. And then after that, he's sitting there and his stomach is churning that I'm facing 30 years. And look at what they doing. I can't even imagine how that brother feel. But I know the depression I went in. I was in a depression for 3.5 years, man. When I lost I had a $400,000 a year income, 9 rental properties, my principal house, Chilltown. I had a house in Jersey City. Tax business. I was a licensed real estate broker. I lost it all, man. And death was looking at me. Me and death was like this.
What do you mean?
My world crashed in on me, man. My life got dark, man. My life got dark, and nobody called. People who was cooperating against me, betrayed me. People I thought loved me, and the only person that was there for me was little Sean. He was 18 months old, and he used to come up to me out of the blue, and he used to say, Daddy, I love you. And I used to look at him and be like, why? Because I hate me right now for what I've done to myself, for the people that I've chosen, for the greed that I allowed to take over me, for the recklessness. Because when I became a millionaire, I became more reckless. I had the same thing, 7, 8, 9 women, fucking them all raw.
You see, people don't know this side about you, and maybe they also don't know why you can't. Like, I had no idea you were a millionaire before.
7, 8, 9 women, 3 main ones.
You had the honeys, huh?
I had 3.
Unc had the honeys.
I had 3 main ones.
Really?
That loved me and was ready to sign on the line in blue ink if I would have said so. And then I had my clients. I used to fuck my clients in the office on my desk. I had a couch in the office.
You was wildin' then.
Everything Puffy's up there going through, this is my story. But not on, I just didn't have no jet in 900 million. But
yeah, you were having them on the real casting couch.
all of that. I was tricking. I was paying this one's car insurance, this one's car payment. And when it all went down, the day the search warrant came, when the feds came, about 20 of them came with the search warrant. With them navy blue jackets with the letters, they had a windbreaker convention at my office.
Oh my God!
You could have took. Listen, nigga. You could have took every letter off the back of their jacket and spelled any word in the dictionary.
What was that day like?
That day was like I drove. I was living in Jersey City. I got up and I didn't sleep all night that night.
You was fucking a bitch?
Nah, I was asleep. I was trying to. It was April the 14th. 2011.
But something didn't feel good. Energy was off.
The energy was off. I believe they was outside watching me. I got up. I went to the office. I drove to the office, and when my office was in Clifton, New Jersey. I got out the car. 2 big white boys jumped out of this Bumblebee Camaro, like from Transformers.
Yeah.
And they had the badges on with the bulletproof vest, and he had a rolled up paper. He said, "You Sean Gumby?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "This is a search warrant. We coming upstairs with you." I said, "All right, come on." Excuse me.
That's all good.
And we went upstairs. I opened the door. Then I had another door. I opened that door. And when I went in and put my keys down, like 20 agents came in. Woo! Go over there. And it was a white girl. The white girl was...
They knew where to go.
The white girl was telling everybody what to do. And there was one nigga there. He was light, bright, one of them high yellow niggas. Light, bright, and damn near white.
By the way, John Gold, thank you for the 20. He says, yo, this is a great example of how blacks should work together. Come on, man. I love Unc, man. Unc is a great content creator and someone who has positive energy. Number one, content creators should support each other. You know, we are nothing without each other. And here's the thing.
Independent content creators at that.
That's a fact. And here's the thing.
I have no backing from nobody. That's why I could say what I want to say.
Here's the thing. If, you know, a lot of people, and, you know, I know some of my audience, I don't believe at all. I feel like the help has been 50-50 mutual. I sat many days trying to figure out what's going on with this trial, and I'm like, I could go down there, but I got to go down this type of way. You know, we talked about that. We were talking about going down with a sprinter, security, this and third, because it was a commotion. And I said, if we're going to cover this trial, this is happening in New York, in my backyard, I got to cover this effectively. We got to cover this right. And I was just like, should we undergo this? But then we can't even bring cameras in there. How are we going to do updates? And we're like, we need some pundits. We need people who we could trust. And through the early stages, we found you guys. And we found you. We found Lauren. And I'm going to be honest with you. You guys waved the flag. You guys really carried it. And I'm going to be honest with you. This is why I tell my audience, you helped me. You helped me, and it was upon me to not do what many large creators would do to a small creator and be like, okay, I'm gonna just take this person's work, capitalize off it, but not try to redirect my audience to fuck with him or let's see what he's about. And even you being here and telling your story, that's another arc that people go check you out. You know what I mean? So this is why, you know, John Gold, thank you for that donation, but this is what independent content creators should be, right? Like, you've seen this spot, you've seen a spot upstairs, and we did a reel today, and you said, Act, you started this all by yourself, right? I said, yeah. You said you started from zero. I said, yeah. With no backing, yeah. And that's important because that's
Very.
all of us.
We know
And-
what it's like when you put up your first video and you think it's gonna do 100,000 views and it does 17 views.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
You know what I'm saying? And 4 of those is you.
Yeah, you keep refreshing. To the point YouTube stopped counting your refresh. You're like, all right, nigga, it's enough. But yeah, so I love what you guys are doing, and I've been, to my audience, I've been so amazingly proud of when we've identified another independent content creator and we say, oh, we got to support them. Man, I almost came to tears watching how they were supporting you. Today, too, with Lauren, I said, man, this is, for me, I've been doing this for so long, and I'm very happy, and I'm in a good place, but it makes me happy knowing that my audience, we don't take it for granted, and they could appreciate people like you. So this is why I'm glad to have you up here. But anyway, keep with the story. So the Windbreaker party's happening.
Goddamn
They're up in the store.
Windbreaker convention.
Okay.
And they stayed in my office about
What are you doing? Are you in cuffs? What are
2
you doing?
hours. Nah, I'm sitting. They made me go sit in my reception area, and 2 of the agents, one of the supervisors and another dude, white dude, both of them was white. They came and sat. One of them sat the chair. The nigga I'm sitting here. He sat his chair right next to me and was sitting next to me, and he started to question me. He was shaking and shit. And I said, nigga, you scared. I'm the one supposed to be scared. It's 20 of y'all in here. And then they showed me the W-2 of the black girl, the undercover black girl that came in.
They showed you that.
They showed me that W-2 and they said, do you remember this? And I knew it when I saw it. I said, yeah. They said, you got her back more money on her taxes than what you were supposed to. I said, yeah. They said, do you do this all the time?
Wait, you said it in that encounter? You know, that probably had body cams or something.
I don't give a fuck what they had. They asked me the
They had
question.
that-
I
that-
told them
that's-
the truth.
okay.
They said, do you do this all the time? I said, yeah, sometimes, yeah. He said, about how many times? I said, I don't know the percentage-wise, but I do it. Then I said, I got to take a piss, man. And I got up, and I went to the bathroom.
They allowed you?
They followed me into the bathroom and stood by the stall while I pissed. And we came back out. He came and sat right back next to me again and kept questioning me.
Did it read your Miranda rights?
No. Okay. No. And they was there for like 2 hours. Another dude came back and says, what's the combination, what's the passcode to your secretary's computer? And I gave it to him. They said, if you don't give it to us, we're going to get in there anyway. I gave it to him. They took all of my clients' W-2s, all of their paperwork, checks, and they left. My other secretary came. They got her, took her somewhere, questioned her, and it was just like, it was a crazy day, man. And from that day, my life spiraled down in a self-fulfilling, doom-filled prophecy.
Let me ask you a question.
And I went into a depression for 3.5 years.
Do you believe, as we watched this Diddy trial, and you said you could, not fully to his, because he's a billionaire, right? What his lifestyle was, but you could see you had a bunch of honeys, this, that, and third. Do you believe when you got caught and, once you start like processing all the events, do you think it was because of greed you got there? Why do you think you got there? Because you were living this extravagant lifestyle. It's the same thing. Diddy has to process this too. No matter how much he could sit in his, he
put himself there.
Yeah, he could sit there and be like, man, this fucking bitch, I did everything for this hoe. How could she do this? Where do you think the accountability comes in, and where do you think the wrongs start? Where did it start for you?
For me, the money blinded me, and I chose bad people to be in my arena, even when they showed me red flags that they was no good. I still fuck with them anyway, especially women. Beautiful women. A lot of things happened, and I had all this money, and I just said, I had never had that amount of money before. My mother, I grew up in an apartment my whole life, right? My mother picked cotton as a little girl for 75 cents a day. So, I got free lunch in school. We ate no frills. We ate all paper plates. We wasn't poor, but I had all this money, And I felt undefeated. I felt nothing could touch me. And it led to my demise. I became careless and reckless. And I equated the amount of money I had in my bank account to success. And that's the furthest thing from the truth. It led to my downfall. Some motherfuckers told on me, but, you know, if had I been doing the taxes right, I wouldn't have had to worry about that. You could tell all you want.
What do you think was the, beyond just the taxes, what do you think was the, based on your lifestyle, what do you think you were doing wrong the most that probably led to it? Was it the women? Was it the just careless disregard of like certain other things? Greed, money and greed. I would do anything for money. Money was my religion and my dick ruled me, told me what to do. I would do anything for money. I would break any law. It was all my fault. It was all my fault. But I didn't see that until I got to FCI Morgantown in West Virginia, until I got to prison. Because I blamed everybody and everything for what happened to me. That nigga ratted on me. That nigga ratted. This nigga's a piece of shit. This one ratted. But when I got to prison, I'll never forget it. I was in Girard unit and I got cool with this nigga from Atlanta. And I'm crying and complaining. Yo, this one ratted on me, man. My son, mother took my son in the Jersey. He's from Atlanta. Jersey. I like you now. You all right with me. You good people, I like you now. But I hear you blaming everybody, but you the one that had the criminal intent. You was the one that broke the law. See, these are civilians, and that's what civilians do, they tell. But you had the criminal intent. And he was the first person to confront me about my crying about what another motherfucker did. And I had to look at it, and I said, you know what, Sean? Everybody that you had around you showed you signs you was no good and you disregarded them. The same windshield that I was looking out at the people that I was choosing to be in my life, they weren't looking back at me with the same windshield. What does that mean?
I was looking out at them as confidants, loyal, a solid nigga like me. I'm thinking they had their principles and their values was the same as mine. Like I say, I didn't cooperate. I had the opportunity to, right? But they cooperated immediately when the heat came on them.
You think Puff's thinking about that with some of the people that's up there?
Man, 1,000%.
Paying that like
1,000%.
Hey, you know it's the 1st of July. If you guys don't know, happy 1st of July. By the way, I have a large audience in Canada. This Happy Canadian Day.
Canada, what up?
Happy Canadian Day. Is Lauren back? Yes. Lauren, we missed you.
Ain't no question. Finish that thought, Act. You said Puffy, you think it's Puffy's looking at the people like that?
Well, today is the 1st, and let me tell you this. One thing I know about having some shit, my phone don't ring more than when it's the 1st of the month. Everybody because it's bill time. Rent, this and third. Diddy paid that rent this month. Diddy paid that rent this month for Jane. When Diddy's sitting there knowing that $10K came out of his account to pay that motherfucking rent for Jane.
And this bitch got on the stand and testified against me.
What do you think he's thinking?
He's furious. He's furious. But he's not gonna, and I hope for Puff, man. And Puff, this is for you, man. You know, and I'm willing to talk to you about this at any point, man. You know, I hope you looking at the part that you played in all of this.
It's gonna take a while for that though, because he's done so much.
It took me damn near 4 years to get to that point.
Really?
Right? That I played a major part in these people, bringing them into my life, and they showed me they wasn't no good, and I disregarded the flags anyway. That's why today, people reach out to me on Instagram or email, and the minute they show me they on some sucker style, man, we got nothing else to talk about. We not doing that. You got to be straight up and down like 6 o'clock with me, because that's what I'm gonna be to you, right? And if you can't match my energy, we ain't got nothing to talk about.
Lauren, you are back.
I'm back.
We got Lauren back in the building.
Oh my gosh, that was so stressful, but we made it. Oh, that looks so good. I'm gonna eat it after I.
We got Lauren back in the building. Enjoy it. Listen, hey, we eat on camera here. Listen, everybody, listen on stream. Let me tell you this: when I'm watching you, when I'm watching both of y'all, usually the mid hour, like around 12, I get my food and I let y'all talk and I start eating. And my chat is used to understanding we eat on camera. It is all good. Okay, explain what happened. You just went through hell.
Okay, so no, I mean, it was just it was not horrible getting there, but you can ask Claudia, we walk outside. It's so dramatic. It is pelleting rain. I mean, it is like.
Out here?
Yes. I was like, are you kidding me right now? Like, seriously? So I get there and like literally as soon as I walk in, the jury sent a note that they're done deliberating for the day.
Did you went in the main
I
courtroom?
got inside. Yes. I did not. I literally was about to walk in and jury deliberating or done deliberating. They sent, so basically I don't know how far you got, but like the judge sent them back and said, okay, so they sent a note, we're done for the day. I mean, well, first of all, surrounding the courthouse, I think because of the way the media works these headlines, the headlines are partial verdict is back. So everybody thinks that they're going to announce the verdict.
Was there mass amount of...
It was insane. And it was raining.
How did you get into the main courtroom then?
Well, no, I mean, just to go back, I don't know if we've ever talked about this, but we had to get there to be in the main courtroom. At first, you had to line up as early as possible because there's only 21 spots for press, 14 seats for the public. And it was, all the weeks are running together. I think it was last week that they finally said, okay, if you are here right now, and generally it's the same people every day, but other outlets will kind of sprinkle in and you're like, oh crap, I'm a little further behind in line. But they finally said, if you are here today, whatever day this was, sometime at the beginning of last week or the week before, they said we will take this list and you can automatically get in the courtroom
whenever.
For closing arguments and for the verdict. And they said, basically, you're good. You can show up at any time. So my name is on that list, so I can go in and out of the main courtroom. I see you with a pass.
Yes, you don't have to show your pass. I don't know if it has to identify it.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But this is a standard. This is a standard press pass. I think if that's what is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Standard press pass.
Why didn't give you a press pass?
You have to be.
I didn't apply for one.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. So, to get a New York City press pass, you have to cover
Coke, please.
She's so nice.
Is he guilty? Is he guilty or not guilty on them 4 charges?
Nah, I'll fuck with you, Unc.
Well,
Yo, listen, Unc is tired now.
But by the way, you could probably get. You have to have covered 6 New York City events to get a press pass.
Yeah, but there's a bunch of people that's new that got them. You got to go to one. I got to go to one.
But you have to submit online and then.
But what did they say about 2, 3, 4? Is he guilty or not guilty?
Listen.
Did it come out?
This is why we sent you, Lauren.
Don't nobody know.
No one knows, but I think.
Do the defense and the prosecutors know?
No.
Nobody don't know.
Nobody knows except for the jury.
Look, there's going to be a whole bunch of YouTubers talking about they know. They lying.
Well, and that's the problem right now with these headlines I'm looking at. And I've gotten so many texts, and it's like, the verdict's out there. And I'm like, no, you guys don't understand. It's not. I mean, like I said, I ran out of here because I thought there was a chance they could read the partial verdict. But I think the biggest thing here is that they did not issue an official Allen charge. So the jury doesn't, if they issued here, and I can,
so the jury could be hung.
Well,
unless they get that right.
I don't think that's going to happen.
No, but could it be?
So the other thing is that the defense, they wanted to say, hey, jurors, you can come in on Thursday and deliberate as well because technically the court is closed Thursday and Friday. But the defense said, don't tell them now. We don't want you to tell them now that they can come in Thursday. We just want you to wait, see what happens tomorrow. And that's kind of how it went down. The judge just said.
How did Puff look?
So I obviously did not see him directly, but the consensus is that he looked very stressed.
Okay.
Normal.
Okay.
I feel like
You will be doing me too.
I'll be shitting bricks. I'll be shitting bricks.
Everybody.
Yo,
yeah.
once y'all come back that you've got to any consensus, read it right away. Don't tell me you got it. But
Yeah.
hey, one of my pet peeves is when somebody says, "Can I tell you something?" Just tell me. Don't give me the precursor. Don't tell me I got something to say, but I'm gonna give you the warning. Just tell me. So when you now say, "Yeah, we got it," but we can't tell you, now I'm thinking, I'm looking at y'all different. I'm kind of sweating. I don't know. Here's the thing, though. Can't his lawyers predict where this is leaning to?
I think.
You think they are?
Well, at first, I was like, okay, we discussed this about how 2 of the RICO predicates are sex trafficking and violating the Mann Act. And so at first I was like, well, wait, if they found him, let's say, guilty on those, wouldn't that automatically be RICO? And then I forgot that in order for it to be a racketeering conspiracy, you have to have a criminal enterprise and you have to have
We said that, right?
the co-conspirators.
Yeah, we said that. And I think that's the problem.
I think the jury might be hung up on the co-conspirators and the criminal enterprise.
Same thing.
Yeah.
I think they're looking at this to say, hey, we find some predicate offenses happen, but this is not no enterprise. This is a man having his personal life. And in his personal life, he's done some things. Yes, if you guys charge him for arson, we're going to say he didn't do arson. But you guys didn't charge him for drug distribution by itself. You charge him within a criminal enterprise. We don't believe there's a criminal
every
enterprise.
Every lawyer that I spoke to on the way here, I texted a bunch of lawyers, probably 5, and they all said the same thing.
That what?
This doesn't look good.
For Puff?
For Diddy, yes. They all said it does not look good for him that they came back this quickly and
did they give a prediction? Do they think it's possible for guilty verdicts?
I mean, no, they didn't go that far. They basically said most likely guilty on most of the charges, right? Most of the charges. So I don't know. That could mean 3 of 4. That could mean 2. Whatever. I didn't get into specifics.
It is a big problem if there's a sex trafficking. And I mean, we talked about this. It's like if there's a sex trafficking conviction, big problem because the mandatory minimum on that is 15.
Yeah.
So if we're working at 15, this is huge issues. Now there's no mandatory minimums on a prostitution. There's sentencing guidelines, and a max of 10. And usually around where no convictions, he has no prior convictions. They're looking at 15 to 22 months.
Well, this is where I mentioned yesterday that if they come back, and let's say they come back Thursday, right? And the judge is, they come back Thursday.
Hold on. You guys want the verdict tomorrow?
No, yes, I do. But I'm saying, like, let's say tomorrow they come back and they say, we're still hung. We don't know what to do. And the judge issues the Allen charge and says you need to go back and deliberate, whatever. And then Thursday they come around and they say, "Look, we are."
Hey, can we give Uncle plate? You need a plate? I'm in a plate.
We are.
She got him right there. We good.
We are still hung. I think at that point, the judge could confer with the defense and with the government and
give him some more napkins and everything.
Thank you. She got him. Yeah, she got him over there.
Yeah.
And discuss a possible sentencing plea with the hung jury.
When do you guys eat? I'm sorry to cut you. When do you guys eat? Because I'll be watching. First of all, you must never eat because you're usually, I feel like you kind of time it. You be like, they're about to take a break. You get out early. You're live already, right? You used to upload. I'm glad you went live today. By the way, they loved you today.
Thank you.
By the way, I got a shout out to one particular person, Belle from, she's from Canada. She sent the sweetest message. And I know there's a couple savages in my chat. And I know when it comes to like women, they're a little bit like crass. But I was so proud of Belle from Canada. She was very, very complimentary.
They treated you well today?
She loves your blouse.
Thank you.
Like,
I know, that's so nice.
Yeah. I had to
nice.
tell her. That's that Louis V right there. You know what I mean? That's that Louis V right there. No, but yeah.
Thank you.
I'm glad that they showed you so much love.
Thank you so much. That was so nice. And I am an idiot when it comes to lives. They're all like, read the super chats. I'm like, what's a super chat? I mean, I knew kind of, but I was like, what do you do? And I'm really sorry.
How much did you make on your super chat?
I don't know yet. You don't really know.
I sent the
until
500 today.
It was
sent the
really
500.
nice.
Did you see all of the color lines?
I could,
Wait, I didn't send you
but
five. I sent you 3.
3.
I'm gonna send you 200 more.
Nah,
I got you.
don't send me no more
That's
money.
all
You
good.
done did enough, man.
No, hey, well, you guys did a lot. Hey, listen, I don't. You don't. Listen. Fortunately, when you
enough.
get to where I'm at, those are.
I'm
little
on
things.
my way.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm right behind you.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm right behind you.
And for me, I think this was always going to be a landmark trial, for everybody, but also
Historic.
for me.
Historic.
But for you guys, I want to help you guys build up that, I could tell even talking to you earlier, your arc is going to consist of certain things that might not all the way be fully hip hop, but it's definitely going to be within covering criminal trials. And for those people, I always tell people, I'm like, I don't gatekeep my audience. Because my audience might be like, because I got some people who they be like, I ain't going to lie to you, like, I've introduced them to people that be like, we love you still, but, Unc over there, we going to check him out a lot too. It's all good. Because here's the thing, everybody has 24 hours in a day. I always say, I'm always so confident about the content I make. I love introducing them to other people, friends. These are friends.
Thank you.
Like,
man.
you're going to see them come back on the platform. We're going to collab a lot. So please go check out Lauren Conlin.
Thank you.
How many subscribers you got now?
No, I almost have 20,000. Let me see.
Oh, no, we got to run it up to 20. Don't worry.
Yeah,
we got to
let
run
me
it up to
see.
20.
I have.
We gotta
You
run
had
it up to 20.
18 yesterday.
I have 19,462.
Okay,
Awesome.
hey, chat.
Awesome.
Okay, all right, we got to do this. You got 19,400?
19,462.
Okay, chat. I need y'all to do this.
We
This
need
is
338.
before we get off of this live.
Gosh.
Hey, Mods, could you pin her YouTube channel
Thank you.
at the top of this this live? No matter if we're on Kick, on Rumble, or we're on YouTube, we need to get those. We need to get her to 20K.
Thank you.
Thank you for the
Again,
pizza,
we're
man.
at an
I didn't
impasse when it comes to this entire trial. We appreciate both of these people. Also, one thing they love about y'all are very appreciative, and we appreciate y'all. It's a love fest. Hopefully this trial turns out that we still have good conversations afterwards, in the sense of we don't know how it's gonna go.
We better.
Tomorrow, hey, by the way, I'm gonna throw it out there right now. Tomorrow, I hope the verdict comes down, but after verdict, do your lives or do your stories. Then you guys should pop in here again.
Peace.
That's what I think.
I would love to. I'm so sick of.
It got to be a verdict tomorrow.
I'm so sick of.
I'm gonna be there tomorrow.
I think I'm just so. My brain is. I thought I knew some of the. I just can't get over it. Like, if they're really unanimously guilty on certain charges, I'm like, why did I see this juror, this one female, really seem to enjoy the defense? Maybe she just enjoyed the show. I don't know. So, but I really think that, again, if they are stuck on the RICO charge, the judge will be like, it's fine. We'll just work out a sentencing plea type of thing, and then just be done with it.
Let me ask you a question. And this, to me, is highly unlikely. But I'm going off what Unc said when he first showed up to the trial. He said he was drowned by all the media perception of Puff. So I hear he's a megalomaniac. He's arrogant, this and third.
Yeah.
If he gets found guilty, do you think he will look at all 8 or 9 of his counsel and say, y'all niggas fucked it up for me? Or do you think he will say, oh, nah, it was the bad jury or the bad judge? How do you think he'll process that? Because, again, that is going to be a thing, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, if I had, listen, I am not a doctor.
We're assuming here.
No, but I just mean, like, taking a step back, I'm not a doctor, but I would have to surmise at certain times that he is sitting there in court, and I don't think he believes truly that he ever did anything wrong. I think there is definitely something there, and I'm not talking about the Cassie assault, the domestic violence. I think in terms of everything else, he doesn't see himself as, doing anything wrong, and I do.
What did he do wrong? What do you think he did wrong?
I mean, listen, no one's perfect, right?
No.
No
What
one's
did he do
perfect,
wrong?
but,
What did he do wrong that you think he did wrong?
Well, he did he did break a lot of laws.
What did he do wrong in this case? What did he do? What they charged him
Are you saying
with?
beyond the hotel video?
No.
Like,
No.
why
Lauren
are
said
we here?
Lauren said that he doesn't think he did anything wrong.
So,
Based on we've both been in the courtroom
But
for
let
7
me-
weeks.
let me
What do you
finish.
think he did wrong?
Let me finish in terms of, I think he truly believes that he was targeted. And listen, I can say right now with certainty that a lot of people get away with what he has done. I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not going to not say that other people don't transport their, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, like, people do that. Men.
The flyer out game is wicked.
I mean,
I'm not going to lie.
sorry, and I'm not saying this is right, but like, how many times does a man say, if a girl says, I don't want to, come on, that could be considered, okay, I'll do, you know what I mean? Like, that could be considered coercion. So and then again, with the drug distribution, a lot of that is, I don't know
drug
if the word
distribution is
yeah,
like
so
bullshit.
I don't know if the word is targeted, but people do this stuff all the time, and it's not a federal crime. So yeah, a lot of this does feel not, it doesn't feel like it should be a federal case, and I've said this. But
okay, Lauren, and this is why by the way, I love our panel here. Maybe we have room for one more, but right here, I think we got it all. Lauren, because you bring a different perspective. I actually told him this morning. I said, when we spoke yesterday, and you mentioned how Cassie's testimony affected you, I think all of us had a different effect. I spoke to you about the effect of Cassie's testimony. You said once it got to cross, you saw a lot of holes through it and it was whatever. For me, I saw, okay, this was a toxic relationship, but I was also thinking, where did it go too far? But you could also see where maybe, as much as I would look at to say, girl, you were also manipulative, you were controlling, you were also running your own plays. You could look at it where you're like, you get a 19-year-old girl who says she doesn't know how to do fellatio, you teach her this, you bring her into a certain lifestyle, and you could understand that coercive type of, element of it. And that's why we really appreciated, your input. What do you think, or just overall general thing? And by the way, we're just talking opinions here, right? Because again, we don't know when the verdict's going to come. When you think about this case, beyond the hotel video, what do you say Sean Combs, he fucked up here?
you mean in life?
No. In everything that's being mentioned, that you're like,
oh, I see.
And that you're like, you should probably be held accountable.
Okay,
for
so
that.
and this is also where I struggle. I think I've said this before, because sometimes when I'm sitting there and I'm only and I'm talking only the evidence that we've seen in court, only the witnesses in court, what they've put in front of us, I'm like, this is not really, and again, not talking about the Cassie video, this is not the most serious of offenses that he has committed, in my opinion. You know, if you date back to, again, we talked about the 1999 New York or Club New York shooting, you know, the freaking stampede, the basketball stampede where people died, the quad shooting. There's a lot of things that I think should have been looked into back in the day, and they weren't, and now here we are. So
I had hoped those things were involved. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, that's
and this is something, and I'm gonna say it in a very careful way, because I do know there is so many people that are peers in music that went quiet, and people that were around Puff that went quiet. Hey, I've been around a lot of rappers. Now, I'm not going to say every rapper has their girl getting fucked by a sex worker. But I will say this. If you talk about their personal sex life and how many women they deal with, how they wheel and deal, how they sometimes try to deal with those interpersonal relationships, 80% of hip hop should go to jail for sex trafficking.
So that is what I said.
If that's what we think it is, because a lot of these dudes, hey, I'm flying you out here. We're gonna do this. I'm flying out this other chick. Hey, y'all down with whatever? Yo,
Yes.
I'm gonna buy you a bag. There's rappers that are currently in the game who are doing this consistently, and this is kind of common.
Yeah.
So again, a lot of what people don't realize, you see that video of Diddy beating Cassie, that jumps off the page.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
But and if we look at some of the sexual behavior, I'm like, I know a couple of dudes who they'll fly 4 or 5 girls out and they're expecting this and third, and they might not pay someone, but they say here's a bag.
Well, that's my point. This stuff that we're hearing about in the courtroom, this is not standalone to Sean Combs. Like you just said, this happens a lot. However, again, I know it's not provable. Technically, there's lots of reasonable doubt there, but many of these people who do that, they also don't attempt arson, I guess. And again, that's not proven. I know it's not proven, and I agree with that. The investigation was sloppy, but I think intellectually we know who's responsible, but it doesn't matter. If you can't prove it in court, then who cares? It's not, then throw it out the window. So my whole point is, from what we've seen inside this courtroom, this trial, that's it. I do think that the case we talked about, it wasn't what we thought it would be. I was like, going into this case, I was like, oh yeah, they're going to have the driver. They're going to talk about the shooting. They're going to talk about this.
We thought J-Lo was going to prance into court.
We're talking about bad behavior.
And say, yo, he threw the gun in my bag.
Yes.
He told me this. The driver was going to be like, he gave me a bribe. I did.
We're talking about sloppy behavior, negligent behavior from, the late 90s up until, because that's the thing. Nobody really cared about or thought he was doing anything criminal until Cassie's lawsuit came out. Nobody was looking at him like he's this bad guy. But then when that came out, I think people felt safe to be like, oh, well, I went here with him and he was horrible to, I mean, it's like the list goes on. So
Lauren, and this is where I want to ask you this question, and I'm not putting you on the spot. And by the way, it's also okay to just, we could shift topics or even just not even answer.
Well, now I'm excited. What is it?
No, the reason, because I don't want you to speak as if you feel like you have to represent all women, right?
Yeah.
But because you are a woman, I do want to defer you on certain things. And I said that to my chat earlier. I said, I do like having Lauren give an opinion. I said, yesterday, me and Unc, we kind of kicking it. I'm younger. He a little bit older. He's been through life a certain way. I've been through life. But I said, when Lauren brought up some things, she made me think, but it wasn't even on some, like, she's super emotional, like da-da-da. But it made me think about, there is another angle that this could be evaluated on that won't be coming from the POV of maybe you or Unc. And that's why I think you're so important. So I guess what I'm saying is that as you're watching all of this and how it's hitting for you as a woman, did you, like, I ask my chat queens and they'll send in donations or whatever, and they'll give me mixed opinions. Like, now listen, I'm a woman. This and third, man, she know what she was doing. There's certain women, she doesn't need $10,000 a month. These women know whatever. And then some of them will say, well, listen, and it might be harping back to some of their trauma. They're like, hey, listen, well, when a guy does this, that's that coercive behavior. That's that control. That's that, that's still, it's not as much in our control as maybe you would say, as saying you're a grown-ass woman, you could leave. How did all this information hit you?
I don't want to go with the whole you can leave. I think that is like, I think that if we bring that up, and it's like, come on, guys. It's like you're asking, and I'm not saying that this is the case for Jane, for Mia, whatever, but it's like you can't ask a battered wife why she didn't leave her abusive husband, and the next thing you know, she's dead. There are reasons, there are doctors to speak about this. I can't speak to everybody's individual experience, but what I can say is it's important to be inside the courtroom when you're listening to this testimony and or even overflow, because reading it is one thing, but seeing the emotions from these people, it totally hits differently. So in my opinion, like I said, I was moved by Cassie, right? Was I moved by Mia?
How quickly?
Like, not so much, Not
to cut you, but how quickly? Because when we read it, she became emotional quickly.
It wasn't just her. It was just everything that, I mean, yes, it was her and it was her words, but it was just her composure and the fact that she already got money, right? She didn't necessarily have to do this, and this is some humiliating
No. She had
stuff.
to. She had to testify.
That's an
She
awesome
was
argument.
forced. She was for. Don't.
Why? She wasn't forced. You can't.
Sidebar. Sidebar. She had to testify.
What do you mean?
She was subpoenaed. Cassie had to testify. Cassie just didn't volunteer. Yeah, I'll testify. The government made her
She's
testify.
asked on the stand, did anybody force you to testify here today? And her answer is no. That's the whole thing. Like, you don't.
All right, hold on.
I don't remember that part.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me throw this into the
I don't remember that
atmosphere, right?
part. Because the basis of the criminal case is coming from her civil case. Right?
Yeah, nobody forced her, though. I don't know about Jane, because you mentioned
So you're
something
saying
about
Cassie
Jane.
willingly?
Yes, that's what I'm
Nah,
saying.
Wait,
no.
Okay,
Yes,
let me
I
ask you a question.
promise.
No.
How about if the government, and I've always thought this, right? And I thought, that's why I thought Cassie was the source of the leak of the video. How if the government said, hey, listen, based on what you described, there is a way and an angle that you're the Ghislaine Maxwell.
I thought you had said they said that about Jane, because I may have missed that, but didn't you mention that about Jane, where they said you could be a co-conspirator or something like that, or like I don't even know.
And Cassie too, because she.
I would think Cassie, because if
she
Cassie
paid. It was
we've never heard
testimony
Diddy
has
paid
come
the
out.
guy. It was always Cassie, and
Understand.
Cassie called
She
them.
paid the
She would search
the
Craigslist for
the male entertainers.
big dick black guys.
She was forced to testify.
I think that if you
Don't you
pull,
think they
if you
tried
pull up
to-
the transcript, you'll see one of the either the first or the last questions that they ask witnesses is, number one, were you subpoenaed? That is, and number two, like some of the witnesses that
Well, if she's in the indictment as victim one, she has to come and testify. Wasn't she victim
Hold
one?
on, hold on.
but you don't have to. She said, I
No,
don't
no,
want to.
no, wait.
No,
Guys,
so
nobody forced her to
no, no,
testify.
no,
I disagree with that.
No,
8,000%.
So it's in the idea of forced is how you're thinking. I'm not thinking that way. I'm thinking that they approach her and they say, hey, listen,
Yes.
based on what we read on your civil suit, we're starting to investigate it. We're starting to find some things. Here's the thing, though. There's potentially a way, and by the way, this would never come out in trial. There's potentially a way that you and Diddy are both co-conspirators who recruited, prostitutes, flew them across state lines to indulge in this sex act called a freak-off. You were the one who made the payments. You were the one who solicited them. You were the one who did a lot of stuff, and your lawsuit basically gives you an out. We don't believe that, though. We think you're a victim. Here's the thing, and this is where it's kind of like a twist of an arm, not a full force. Hey, if we're down to give you immunity because we think you're a victim too.
I mean, if that, listen, they could have approached her and said, would you be willing, if we open up a criminal investigation, would you be willing
You
to
don't think the
testify?
feds-
And
you
would
don't-
you be willing? All I know is, again, when these witnesses are questioned, they'll say, did you exercise, like, basically, the witnesses that were subpoenaed, we know they're subpoenaed. Did they get immunity? We know they have immunity. Those are one of the first questions that they are asked. When it came to Cassie, it was very clear. Nobody forced you to testify
not necessarily
today.
Cassie was victim one in the
No, not
indictment. She's
necessarily.
But
got
I'm
to
saying
come.
to you guys,
No,
saying short-
and the feds ain't nice about it.
I'm
They
stopping
not
short of
They're
what
not
Unc is saying.
okay. Please,
So
are you sure?
It's like
that ain't how they getting down.
It's like what if you look at how
No way.
authorities usually move. Okay, let's go to the bookkeeper. The bookkeeper is not going to say, hey, just because you sent me a subpoena, I'm here to tell all. But if you say, hey, listen, I'll give another example. I'll give the perfect example.
I mean, I can look for the
Hold on.
transcript right now.
No,
while we're
but you
sitting
wouldn't know.
here,
No,
just
hold
so-
on, you wouldn't know.
But I'm saying just to show that
Wait, hold
like
on.
she
Wait,
can't
wait.
perjure herself
No.
and say that
She's
No,
a
no,
victim
it's
in
not
the
forced.
indictment.
It's not forced. It's not
She's
forced.
in the
Hold on.
indictment as a part of the RICO.
Wait, hold on. Lauren, just listen to me for a second.
Okay.
So I've given this story up in the Tekashi 6ix9ine indictment. Me and Tekashi were friends. I was a media guy. Tekashi would send me videos. I would post that he was trying to go viral. Okay? The feds came to me at Complex in Times Square. They were downstairs. The security and HR said, why the hell is HSI downstairs for you?
Like,
I said, I have no idea. They said, we could get you out the back door. I said, I have committed no crime. They said, we'll talk to them and see if they have an arrest warrant. If they don't, do you want to speak to them? But we think you should get a lawyer. We could get you a lawyer. I'll shout a complex for that. They said, we'll set up a room, and we think you should hear them out, but don't answer no questions. Okay, and I'm going to try to fast track this. They show up, and they basically say they want some things. So basically, Tekashi has sent me a video that was a video of a robbery. Okay? The video was posted to social media. I had the copy. There's a copy on his phone. They already had it. But I posted it to social media. They thought maybe he sent me another copy. So they brought me down, and so I got a lawyer, and they brought me down there, and they said, hey, listen, and this is what I'm saying. No one forced me to do nothing. That's what I'm saying. It's strategy. They said, check this out. We want this video. Of course, at first I said, well, I'm in the media. I have some protection on the sources that I have. I don't have to give you anything. Am I a witness or under investigation? Do you think I'm a suspect? They then say, well, there's an ongoing grand jury. We're going to put you in front of that grand jury. You're going to have to be testifying to indict one of the most dangerous gangs in New York. Do you want to do that? You could play hardball with us, but we're going to play hardball. That was a decision I had to make. The decision was you could play hardball with them, but they're telling you, they told me, we have the video.
No, I
we
understand.
want the clear video, and we want the original video. So here's the thing. I don't think they threatened Cassie. I don't think the feds threatened me, but they put you in a situation to say, we could make your life a little bit unhappy. It's like if a murder happens.
I completely understand.
If a murder happens at a club, they go to the club and say, do you want your liquor license investigated? You're not going to give us a video of what happened? You want your liquor license investigated. It's not forcing you to give the video, but they compel you in a way where you have to. I think they had to. Even if Cassie was unwilling, we don't know if Cassie was unwilling. Maybe she was. According to the testimony, maybe she still has love for Puff. But they compelled her, and she said, I'm going to do it. The easiest way to compel her, on face value in this case, you could be a co-conspirator.
If they wanted to try this again and it was a mistrial, let's say, they would need Cassie to testify in order to get this case tried again, and she would have the right to say no because she was never actually forced to do it. Is all I'm like.
That's not true.
Yeah,
you can't say.
I mean, the
how
thing
could
is,
you?
like,
How could listen? What's count number? Sex trafficking in Cassie is what?
2.
Count 2. What's in the sexual prostitution in Cassie? Right.
3.
She is on the verdict sheet. She was victim number 1. She has to testify.
Well, Gina was too.
It's not like she could say like,
Gina
yeah.
said no because Gina wasn't. Guys,
no,
Gina had the right. Not
Gina
to
absconded.
testify.
Gina absconded and just said, "I'm not coming."
We also don't want to bulldoze her. You know what I mean?
Oh, you're not bulldozing me because I know how the law.
Wait, Lauren. I want to ask you.
But we're not going to sit up here and say that she didn't have to testify.
Wait, hold on, I want to ask you this
question. She chose to do this.
So, in this indictment,
she did choose.
Okay,
no.
So in this indictment, according to your belief, remember the feds.
No way.
There was no victim that contacted a local police officer.
Yeah.
Or anyone that connected them to the feds. The feds saw this in the media and said, I think there's something here. By the way, if we go back to Jimmy Henchman's case back in the day, they were investigating the possibility of Diddy doing some stuff. So they were waiting for something like this. Okay.
Right.
So they went to Cassie. Do you think that as soon as they went to Cassie, Cassie said, I will gladly.
I have no idea.
No, we're speculating.
I literally have no idea how that went down. I don't even want to speculate about that because it's so complicated. All I'm saying is Gina was supposed to testify as well, but Gina didn't show up. Her lawyer stopped returning phone calls. She wasn't forced. The victims, they're not forced to testify here. Like, it's just not, it's not a thing.
What do you constitute as force?
Wrong, man. You're wrong. That's bad information.
Force is like, we are going to arrest you if you know what I mean, or you're going to be part of, like, that's just
Absolutely.
You don't think that they said to Cassie, if you are uncooperative, which, by the way, put it like this. You don't think they went to KK and say, hey, we don't believe you had all the knowledge of some of the things that Diddy has done. You were doing your job as chief of staff. And by the way, I think this is why KK, if Diddy gets convicted, is probably going to get indicted.
Absolutely.
Because if she could have said, I'm going to be a government witness, you get immunity, because they want Diddy. They're going to have you testify as a co-conspirator.
Unindicted co-conspirator.
Unindicted co-conspirator.
Unindicted co-conspirator.
It's almost like if you have a case, you want to charge a man with domestic violence, you can't move the case forward unless you have the quote unquote star witness, which would be, let's say, the wife that he beat. You know what I mean? They're not going to force that wife to testify. They're not going to say they're going to say, okay, well, if you don't, then, he's going to continue to do what he does and get away with it.
You're wrong.
Whatever.
Wrong.
They're going to either drop the case or they're going to, you know what I mean?
Let me look at the
or
comments. Let me see what's going on.
You're wrong.
No. Well, again,
there's no way. Cassie is count number 2, sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura. Count number 3, Mann Act transportation of Cassie Ventura. Cassie Ventura was integral in the attempted arson.
But no one's saying that
she was in the video. She had to testify.
Lauren,
she didn't have.
she
didn't say, "Okay, I'll do it." She had already got her $20 million.
Lauren, I'm in the middle with this. I don't think she was forced. I think the government. I think knowing how the government and law enforcement work, they don't ask nicely and you just respond, "Oh no, I'm good." I think they twist the arm of everyone. I think they twist the arm of everyone.
Meetings. Of course. This is a really difficult thing. I mean, that's why I said it's really...
You don't think they twisted her arm. You think it was completely voluntary.
Lauren, I've been to federal prison, man. I know how these people work. They're not giving you no choice.
Maybe they convinced her. Maybe
Feds don't work that way.
They aided her decision with, whatever.
Twisted her arm, or you think completely voluntary?
I think that we're missing the point. I don't think they said we are going to arrest you if you do not.
No, we're going to indict you.
I don't think that. I personally don't think that is what happened. And also, they wouldn't be able to get up there and ask her that direct question.
Okay.
Did anyone force you to be here today?
Okay.
Did anyone force you to testify? No, they didn't. They wouldn't be able to ask her that because she
Lauren,
would say, well, I didn't want to, but you guys threatened to indict me on
Lauren,
XYZ counts.
Let me ask you a question. Well, why do it? You got the money already. Why do it?
That is exactly my point, you guys, is that she's up there and she's reading through the most humiliating, disgusting, cringy text messages because she wants what she feels like is justice. I'm not saying this is coming from me. And she says she loves him still? You guys are misinterpreting like that I'm feeling this or I'm emotional. I am just spitting out the facts and the details.
Well, you're trying to speak for her. You're telling us that you thinking for her.
I'm telling you what she said on the stand. That's all I'm saying. I am saying I'm literally regurgitating.
She did say that. You're right.
What she said on the stand. Like, all of these people, I can't tell you what is in her heart and why she testified. I can't. But what I can say, and again, if you want to just pull up the transcript, you can just settle this right here.
Hold on.
Right here and right now.
Lauren, all right, could I make a point to you?
Please.
And by the way, I want to mention to everyone, we love Lauren. This is a, obviously we're in the space of now opinions.
But this is not an opinion, I guess. Well, it's like what I'm trying to say. It's not an emotional opinion of any kind.
But it does lean into it because some of these things wouldn't be known. Like, for example.
But you want me to read minds of what I'm saying? I'm talking about what happened on the stand, what was said.
But we have to make an assumption. For example, when it comes to Jane Doe, right? And I know we're not talking about Cassie now, we're talking about Jane Doe. Did she say she was forced to testify?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay.
So I can't argue that point. Yeah.
Okay. However, was there a part of her testimony when they said to her, hey, but you're here testifying against Puff, and she seemed surprised? Is that true?
Yes, but she did not. And guess what? Something else. Cassie and Jane did not come in and have to get immunity. They, like the other witnesses did. So that wasn't a thing.
Wait. If
they already got it because they're unindicted co-conspirators.
That's the question I was going to ask. So because the assistants and the stylist, they all said, we intend to plead the fifth, and Judge Submaranian signed the immunity order for them.
Right.
But do you believe that Cassie and Jane testified?
Maybe they signed something before.
Okay, but we got to use like common sense here.
Sure.
You think you think that Cassie, put like this, the two charges we think are gonna stick are prostitution. Cassie called the prostitutes. Cassie paid the prostitutes. You think that her lawyer, Douglas Whitford, who got her $20 million from Diddy and 10 from Intercontinental Hotel, did not say, we're not going to go admit that we were paying people for basically prostitution without an immunity deal?
Saying, yes, I mean, sure, but they're, again, part of the whole case is they're saying that these women were coerced and forced to do this. But sure, yeah, of course they should get an immunity deal if they have to sit there and say,
we're not
did
denying
this
that.
illegal
The point
activity.
we're trying to say is that they may have gotten an immunity deal that was not mentioned in court.
Sure.
I do think that was odd.
That
it wasn't mentioned.
That's totally plausible, and I'm sure that was a thing. But again, not mentioned when they're being questioned. And when you are a victim like this, or whatever, it's just a known thing. Like you're not forced.
By the way,
they don't have a case.
By the way, also, if we look at the federal rules of evidence, which by the way affected how both of them were being questioned, there were a lot of things left out. By the way, they mentioned Jonathan Odie. Jonathan Odie claimed in his interview that he had
forgot about that guy.
Yeah,
oh my gosh,
he got a settlement because he contracted.
He had an NDA.
Permanent STD from them. Okay, right? There was no conversations about sexual history or sexual health in terms of STDs. Why? That would be against the federal rule of evidence for sex victims. So let me point. The point is that and again, I could be wrong. I should probably consult like an actual attorney. We should consult an actual attorney on a lot of things. But I don't think they could question the victims on that because every other person was questioned. It doesn't make sense they question every other person other than the victims. Do you have a immunity deal? There was no question to Jane Doe about an immunity deal. There was no question to Cassie. There was a question to Deontay Nash. There was a question to I think even Mia, right?
I don't remember specifically.
Maybe not Mia, but Mia.
Definitely Brianna Bongolan got one.
There was everybody was an assistant. Hey, we need the immunity in court now. So I am assuming, and it's just off of because again they kept referring to these rules, and I had to read up on them and really learn them. Hey, it's a federal rule of evidence 208B, and I'm like, okay, you get to realize sexual history or STDs cannot be brought up. UTI was one of the only things you heard.
Right.
Like, if you think that they was doing all that fucking and there was only UTIs being passed, you ain't hear about no chlamydia, no gonorrhea.
I know.
Ain't one motherfucking, like, come on, right?
I mean, there was I think there was some text messages we saw during one of the summary witnesses where Cassie had said she wanted to be more careful and that she needed to go and get tested, but that is also like the closest that they ever got.
She said sores on her tongue. I started thinking what STD that could be.
Yeah, that was, that she said was from the baby oil as well, and like touching.
It.
I know.
I asked my chat queens this morning, I said, have y'all ever did so much fellatio that there was sores on your tongue?
Look, I'm reading something. I looked this up. In a federal criminal case, victims are often required to testify, and they can be compelled to do so by a subpoena. If a victim refuses to testify after being subpoenaed, they could potentially face consequences like being held in contempt of court. However, there are some exceptions and considerations, particularly in cases involving vulnerable individuals like children or victims of domestic violence or sexual assault. Subpoena. A subpoena is a legal document. Consequences of refusal. Refusal to comply with the subpoena can lead to contempt of court charges, which may result in fines or even jail time. So,
yeah, we can read general laws. That's totally.
Well, you trying to dismiss?
I just feel like, again, if they're on the stand asking her a direct question. She has to answer truthfully, or else that's perjury.
She's in the indictment. She's in the indictment. She's in the indictment.
So I think Uncle's just trying to say
she's in the indictment.
maybe not forced, but she's compelled.
She's the
in a
key
way.
witness. She's the star
compelled
witness.
in a way.
She's
Right? She's
got
compelled in a way. Right? Like I mean, the whole trial, they denied Diddy's motion
was
to push
forced
it back.
to go there. She was
they
forced.
denied Diddy's motion to push it back because she was going to have a child. It's not that they're like, oh, okay, Gina could not show up.
Because she could have said, oh, I'm pregnant. I can't come. All right, don't worry about it. You pregnant. We don't need you.
They basically said,
outta
we
here.
can't find Gina no more. We good. But it was clear they needed Cassie.
She was forced.
I mean,
100%.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say forced. Like, so I'm in the middle
I'm saying
of this.
forced.
I'm saying
but
compelled.
then she would have to say, yes, I was forced to be here today. Like, that's what
She
I
don't have to say that because she's in the indictment. She's victim
Well,
number
if they
one.
ask her
Well,
on the
imagine
stand,
she's
you're-
forced because
She's
it's of her own self-survival.
Sexual
if
trafficking.
you don't do this,
Guys,
you might.
I'm literally just, again, regurgitating what was said on the stand and what she said and how,
Yeah, but okay, go ahead.
but that's literally, it's not any more complicated than that. She was directly asked, did anyone force you to be here? She answered no. I am taking that. There was no objections to that from the defense, so I am taking that as her word, and I am taking that as
They
true.
should have asked about a deal, and a deal would be the force.
But then why wouldn't his
Let me ask you a question.
multi-million-dollar defense attorneys bring that up
because the federal rule of evidence, you cannot when someone is listed as a victim, the way they treated Jane Doe, Mia, because Mia accused Diddy of sexual assault too, and the way they treated Cassie was very different than them assistants.
She cooperated.
There was every time there was objections, 209, objections to, and it was all about federal. You cannot have a potential sexual assault victim and just go completely crazy. Remember, they were trying to get into, I can't remember who, sexual history, and it was all barred. They could not do it. I can't remember who it was.
I don't remember either.
They were trying to bring in someone's, because in sexual assault, her sex history doesn't matter. She could fuck 3 million niggas. It doesn't matter. You have to talk about her sexual history with that person or something pertinent.
I just think that when you start speculating on this stuff, it just gets really muddy and it gets a little bit dangerous.
She cooperated against Puff. She became an informant. She's a rat, and in order to save herself, she had to testify against Puff in order to save herself.
And you can definitely speculate on that.
That's
but I
no
don't think that-
speculation.
But I'm saying that we shouldn't.
I need to be friends with her.
Oh.
The women are loving.
No,
loving
but
you.
the thing is, this is where I think it's just getting confused. Like, again, I have no emotional feeling, no emotional reaction to this. I am just not speculating like you guys are as to what happened behind closed doors.
Well, we have
I
to
am
speculate
telling
to
you,
some
you don't have
extent.
to speculate, because I think that's where all of a sudden that's where misinformation spreads. And that's, I think, part of the problem. We don't know what happened. Maybe Cassie will do a tell-all and tell us exactly what happened, exactly what went down. But for now, while this man's life is on the line and all of this is going on, we can only weigh what we...
The jury should not do the speculation, but
She's a rat.
what we're kind of breaking this down.
I do feel like I want to be a credible source for people.
Yeah.
So I can't sit here and confidently say, yeah, you're right. They twisted Cassie's arm
Cassie's
because
a
they
rat.
told her.
She's a rat.
Yeah, I can't say that. And
She
I
cooperated.
also don't necessarily think that I 100% believe that either. Because again, I've seen cases dropped when their star witness can't
I'm
testify.
in between both of y'all because
she's a rat.
Okay, I do believe she cooperated because they probably compelled her. I don't believe she's a rat though, because here's the thing: in domestic violence or sexual cases, there is no rat. Right?
When you take the stand,
like if you call it like if any, I think if a gangster dude calls the cops on his girl or girl calls, that's not a rat. That is a domestic violence situation in sexual assault cases. If you knew your friend R-worded a girl and you cooperated with the government, I don't think you're a rat. If you believe he R-worded her, sex trafficked her, those are things where
she
it's just as a
cooperated
man
against Puff. Period.
No, she did. I
She
believe
cooperated against him.
that.
Jane,
But I
everybody
wouldn't call her a rat.
everybody who got on the stand cooperated against him. Period.
Are you only
D-Rock did not cooperate. His name is all in the case.
But D-Rock wasn't getting fucked.
Right, but he's a part of it. They have him a part of the enterprise.
Yeah, but
right? They have him a part of the conspiracy. KK's name is all throughout this trial.
Has
Gina
no
didn't
reason
come.
to think he's a victim. Cassie is stuck in between what we were doing consensual, or was I a victim, and how much has this man done for me? And yes, maybe even if you want to believe she got brainwashed into thinking, no, you're a victim, if she believes she's a victim, she's not ratting. It would be so, irresponsible to tell a woman like, yo, if you're speaking up against your abuser, you're a rat. Right?
She cooperated because she was a conspirator. She was the one that initiated the first freak off with Punisher.
No, he brought it up. She said she wanted to fulfill his fantasy.
Well, whatever the case may be, she reached out to him. She contacted him first. He came. She introduced herself. She was the first one she met. She paid him, right?
Okay.
From that, the government knows you participated in this conspiracy along with Sean Combs. We're going to indict you unless you agree to testify against Sean Combs to say that you were trafficked or you were forced or coerced, and that's where it is. She did not voluntarily wake up and say, yeah, I got my 20 million chilling. I got 10 coming from Intercontinental. And you know what? I'm just going to come down there pregnant in my third trimester and get on the stand and just be a part of this thing. And embarrass myself in front of my husband and embarrass myself in front of the world.
Why do you think
no
that I was
way,
so,
man.
And that is, again, why, and same, even Jane testified, like HSI left a card on her doorstep and said, call us back. If she didn't, it's, would something happen to her? Who knows? But she wasn't going to call them back for, because she was still with Puff. And then she
Lauren,
did
you're
decide
very
to call them back.
naive. You're very naive to how this thing works.
I'm not naive.
The feds don't play like that. The feds do not. They are not nice. They don't ask permission.
You're missing the point.
I'm not missing no point. I'm listening to you.
I am trying to deliver accurate information as to what we've seen
but you're
go
implying,
on with this
you're
case.
implying something that
what
ain't
we
true.
heard, again,
from somebody that's gone through it.
Nobody perjured themselves on the stand when it came to Cassie. That would have been called out by the defense. They would, and also, like,
the 17th floor balcony incident was perjury.
Yes, and they called that out.
But
we're not talking about
I think
that.
The disconnect here is that
you can have feelings, but I'm talking facts.
No.
Your feelings might be correct, though.
I'm talking
Your
facts,
feelings
too.
might be
I've
correct.
been through it. I've been through it.
You guys,
I know
here's
how
the
it
disconnect. You're talking facts as it pertains to what came out in trial. He believes he's talking facts as how the feds move.
Yes, he's talking in general. In general, this is an in general thing.
It's not really in general. The feds are gonna do what they want to do.
Yeah,
hold on. And I'm sorry to cut you off. The feds, as much as we're saying we're talking facts, the feds use the indictment or use a lawsuit of Rodney Jones to get a search warrant and never use him as a. So the feds ain't playing fair. So this idea that, oh no, if the feds did it, it would come out in trial. No. They never mentioned Rodney Jones. They mentioned everything.
Maybe he wasn't a good witness for them.
But here's the thing: their entire. No, I agree with you. But their entire.
They don't have to mention him.
No, okay, but you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You ever heard of the idea of the fruit of the poisonous tree? So you got a search warrant, a federal search warrant, based upon someone who you didn't even deem credible to be a witness for you. That's the only reason why you were able to enter his house at 2-Star Island and then the other house in Los Angeles. You got it because of salacious, maybe speculative or lies that was filed in a civil suit. You use this as probable cause.
I mean, guys, and I think that anybody
I'm only making a point of
right.
The feds don't play fair.
But I guess what I'm saying is here, guys, yesterday you saw me on this channel say that I think many aspects of this case are ridiculous. So I'm not sitting here saying that the government is the end all be all. I've never said that. I've never thought this was this was a solid case here. And I said that specifically when it comes to their biggest piece of evidence being the baby oil. All I'm saying is you just can't you can't put words in someone's mouth or
Lauren,
put.
You have a soft spot for Cassie, and I completely understand.
100%.
It's,
Yeah.
And by the way, here's the thing.
For a girl that got beat up
No,
on a
I get
regular,
it.
I do have a bit of a soft spot for her. But this has.
By the way,
I think
you
you're
saying
missing
that,
the point.
and that's why this
nothing to-
broadcast is great. That this is what the jury is going to be battling with.
But
Listen,
my soft
listen,
spot
listen.
has nothing to do with what she
Listen.
said. I wasn't forced to testify. That
Listen.
has nothing to do with it.
No, not
United-
necessarily forced, but put it like this. Do you think that? Remember, so
I know the government has tricks. I'm not
This is no
unfree
trick.
to-
it's like Lil
listen,
Rob
listen.
saying that, I was forced to give them info for the search warrant. No, he wasn't forced. He was probably compelled. Also, there's a financial incentive for him. Obviously not for Cassie, because Cassie already got it. Go ahead.
United States Attorney's Office, District of New Jersey. Victims and witnesses, understanding your rights and the federal court system. Introduction. Victims of crime and other people who have knowledge about the commission of a crime are often required to testify at a trial or at other court proceedings. The federal criminal justice system cannot function without the participation of victims and witnesses. Complete cooperation and truthful testimony of all witnesses and victims are essential to the determination of the guilt or innocence of a person accused of committing a crime.
Is
If Cassie
a
don't
subpoena
show up-
force?
I think we're going in circles because
Is a
again,
subpoena force?
they wouldn't have a case without Cassie, and so this case would be weaker without Cassie. If Cassie was like, "Nah, I'm out," like Gina, this case would be weaker. If we had Gina, maybe it would be stronger. Who knows?
Without Cassie, there's no case.
Well, there you go. So
It's impossible. Cassie laid the groundwork.
Do you think she volunteered to come and testify?
No. I think she was compelled, and I think her.
It was mandatory.
Hey, put it like this: the mere
Mandatory.
Fact, and by the way, again, I know.
guys, I'm not going to argue with you anymore because on
We're into speculative land.
this point, it is so far fetched at this point to sit here and think that she could not walk away from testifying, and you're saying that if she walked away, they would have arrested her and indicted her.
No.
No.
We're not going that far, but
you
it's
are,
about
and
compelling.
you have.
Wait, hold on.
You have
Absolutely.
already. See,
Hold
that's
on.
what I'm saying.
Well,
I
no,
just
she's
don't,
going that far. I'm
so
not going that
I
far.
don't agree with that, and so we can just
Why do
leave
you
it at
think
that.
that
We can
Douglas
move on,
Wigger
I think.
is
I
in
think.
there? And by the way, I think he even addressed the judge at a point. Listen, he's in there because, number one, our client's in court, not because she got $20 million on her money counter broke, so she just got some free time to go to court. She's in there because she's compelled to be there, and her lawyer who got her the $20 million and got her 10 from Intercontinental, they're saying, hey, listen, don't perjure yourself because we got the bag already. Let's not fuck this up. Let's do what the government want to do. We could never get any criminal prosecution as opposed to anything. If we're talking about some of these acts in terms of RICO, you don't think Cassie done passed out drugs? We heard Cassie is with more drugs than Diddy. Cassie was taking more drugs than Diddy. We heard Cassie paying all the prostitutes. Cassie was texting them, yo, I need this guy. I need this guy. Yo, I don't want him. I want him. Cassie seems like a co-conspirator in some sense, and I think that's the compelling. I'll concede to you that it's all voluntary. But if you don't think the government had any leverage over Cassie and they were like so nice to her, like, hey, Cassie, I know you got $20 million and I know you're thumbing through the check. Do you want to come through to help us get this guy in jail? And she was like, of course. Let me
No,
pause my money counter.
I don't think it was as simple as that.
What do you think it
I
was?
don't pretend to know. I know that there was many, many meetings, and I'm sure Cassie thought about this for a very long time.
This was complex, by the way. They even brought up the fact, they said, hey, listen, during part of your testimony, your husband might have to leave because he might be an impeachment witness. Why do you think she was signed up to bring her husband to the courtroom, have her husband listen to all the things that you think her husband have to listen to? Yeah, when Diddy was piping you out, I was calling you.
She's going to voluntarily come and get that information.
And again, guys,
I'm going to volunteer this information.
Stop it. Stop
while
it.
I'm pregnant with your next kid.
Stop it.
I just want to let you know, when I was with you at first, I was still letting Diddy hit, and then you called me one night. But Diddy was sitting there so good I couldn't even answer the phone.
I mean,
Stop
guys,
it.
my emotions are out of this. Whether or not I have a soft spot for someone who got the crap kicked out of them has nothing to do.
We're not saying she's not a victim.
But and I'm not saying, I'm not even going there. Like, I'm not. So it's just like I have said, I have been incredibly fair when covering this, and again, I have no issue saying when something is ridiculous, when I feel like this is just, this case is weak on many levels, but like I have to just stand firm on the fact that if she wanted to walk away, she would have walked away, and they would have had a much weaker case.
Okay.
And she would not be in handcuffs right now.
Okay, so to not go in circles, I'll just ask you this final question. Do you believe that when this trial started in about 7 or 8 weeks ago, if Cassie had changed her mind and said, I'm not coming, there would be no recourse and no repercussions from the United States government, who has built and spent millions of dollars to pursue and prosecute one Puff Daddy, a.k.a. Sean
They would have
Combs?
had to keep all the evidence that she gave, because keep in mind, she's the one that brought forth the laptops, the cell phones, all of this evidence. And if she said, I'm not going to testify, well, they'd have to move forward at that point without her testimony, and that's that.
I know they will move forward, but you think there's no recourse. It's just like, all right, she's not coming, fuck it. They would treat it like,
I'm not, like, I can't predict the future, but I don't, what would, you're saying they would turn around and make a case against her and then all of a sudden add her to the indictment, or no, I don't think that
I'm not going that far. I'm saying that it was part of an immunity deal or a proffer deal. They brought her in for a proffer session, right?
Maybe, I'm assuming, but again, I don't know all the details.
In the proffer session, it's basically an agreement. Hey, listen, you're going to provide this information, and this information, we're not going to prosecute you. But you have to provide it, not only in our conversations. How many times, and Unc, you know this, how many times she met with the government?
Who?
Cassie.
I don't remember how many times she met.
But it was multiple times. And by the way, real quick, Jamie, Joe, thank you for the 10. He says, you guys, I love. Yes, he said love 3 times. I love this panel. The difference of opinions, the difference in thoughts, even when y'all are hearing the same things in court. Thanks for keeping it really real and bringing the truth. So appreciate that person.
And I love that too. I can't believe this I literally was quoting from a transcript. Cassie was asked if she had to be here or not, and her answer was no. I'm going off of that, and somehow this turned into like...
Wait, do you think she wasn't subpoenaed?
No, she helped them make the case. She gave them all the evidence. She was working with them from the start. I mean,
but you believe there was not even a subpoena for her.
I am not going to surmise.
But if we're going by that statement to say she didn't have to be here, a subpoena says you have to be here. Am I wrong?
She wasn't subpoenaed.
Okay.
No,
Right.
She gave all the evidence that she could, the laptops, the cell phones, whatever. And again, this is not my emotions. This is just
no. I don't think it is
facts from the trial.
I think you're going by what you heard in the trial. I understand what Unc is saying, because the feds have different ways to elicit or get what they want, and they're gonna.
And I agree with that. I agree that they have their strategies, and and I'm not sitting here saying that they were like, Cassie, you good? And she's like, yeah, I'm good. Let's do this. Like, I don't think it was like that at all. I just don't know what it was like. So I'm not going to pretend like I do know what it was like.
They twisted her arm and say, bring your ass up in here and bring your husband too. Like, that nigga could be in the front row hearing about how Diddy used to do you. You think she's a rat? You think all them ratted on Puff?
She cooperated for the government, on behalf of the government, to get a conviction against Sean Combs. That's it. She had knowledge of the crimes. She participated in the crimes. And she received a deal that she wouldn't be prosecuted as long as she came to testify. Why would she come and volunteer to testify and be asked all about her sex life and have all of these explicit texts into her personal private bedroom life so her kids can hear for the rest of their lives, and her husband is sitting in court knowing that she was continuing to have sex with Puff after the fact they got together? Who would volunteer for that, right? She had to testify to save herself is what I believe.
Hey, by the
By
way,
force.
Drain Masters, thank you for the 10. He says, yo, listen, I'm going to keep it a being with y'all. Cassie husband made her do this. That was his plan. She damn near said she's still in love with Diddy on the stand. Do you believe that the husband, Alex Fine, and again, we're in speculative land now, Lauren. We are. Do you believe, what do you think his role is? Again, you're with this woman. Now, here's the thing. I do give him a lot of credit. There was people at first saying, oh my God, he's going to hear things that he's going to leave her. No, they've discussed these things. She probably has some trauma. They've probably gotten through it. He's probably heard all the stories. Everything he heard now was probably not the first time. And I'm going to be honest with you, I think he was definitely supportive. But do you think he was probably the battery behind her back for the lawsuit and maybe her taking a stand?
I have no idea this guy's personality. I have no idea anything about him. So I don't know. I can't answer that question without knowing what type of personality he has. I know me personally, if it was me.
Well, they're looking at like, nigga was broke. Like he
No,
broke,
but
he getting $200 a week to train people.
And she
they're
got
backing with the
money.
mother. He looking at her like, damn, you was a maid chick. You used to have the Jaguar, the 5 apartments.
Wait, are you saying about the lawsuit itself or about
the whole
testifying?
thing? The whole thing. And also, let me tell you this. I said this early on my stream, like weeks ago. I said, as a man, when you know there's another guy that's been with your woman in a certain way, you ain't never gonna be happy until it's the same thing with 50 and Diddy. You ain't never gonna be happy until that man either locked up or not on this earth. The way that Diddy was having some of these chicks is like.
Well, I'm sure that he encouraged her with the lawsuit. As far as
it's the only way you can make it make
goes,
sense.
I have no idea what he's like. I think that, like, my personal experience, if I was in that situation, my husband would probably be like, well, if you want to do it, I'll support you. If you don't, I'll support you either way. But with the lawsuit, yeah, I'm sure he
It's like the boyfriend who says, you cheated on me, and she said, I didn't mean to do it. But I did do it. You fucked another guy. She said, I didn't mean to do it. So what you mean? He took it non-consensually, and she said, yeah, that's what I mean. That's what happens. That happened. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, that's from what they say, that was the reason she testified that he raped her.
The R word, right?
Right.
Hey, you're now confronted about your infidelity. You say, no, I wasn't willing.
To your husband only, but you don't think that he's going to...
But there is no further action on, listen, and I only say that, and I say that out of personal experience. A chick one time when I confronted her, she said, yeah, I think that nigga took advantage of me. So I'm furious. Let's go to the police. Let me meet up with him. I'm ready to crash out, Unc. I'm ready to crash. She was capping like a motherfucker, man. She was capping. I found out later, yeah, she did get a little bit inebriated, but she know what she was doing. She'd been flirting with this guy for weeks on end. You know, she was being elusive to me. And when that happened, and she never expected me to find out, she couldn't take the accountability of, I did wrong. So she said...
I volunteered for this.
She said, I wasn't doing anything. And the thing that got me furious, she said, I don't know what happened. If something happened, I wasn't with it. And I said, so you mean to tell me this was non-consensual? I went almost so crazy, I almost took penitentiary chances. Then I realized she sold me up the river. After that, I said, never again. We got to go to the cops. I'm not going to crash out. Now I'm in jail. You still with the dude.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Or another dude.
So, again, but I'm not saying that's Cassie. Because
guys, I don't care what you say about Cassie.
Yeah.
Like she
No,
is
you
not
love
my
Cassie.
she is not my friend. She is
Nah,
not,
you love Cassie.
Literally, again, I am not taking any type of emotional stance. I just Anyway.
you guys have different views on Cassie's statement. Did you guys not feel anything with Jane Doe?
She cooperated too.
No, I get that, but
I felt not.
you felt she was a hoe. Be honest.
No, I'm not gonna. I felt like if, let's say, Diddy gets up out of this courtroom, walks away a free man, I feel like she'll be waiting for him at the door.
You think that she'll still fuck with him? If he say, yo.
Yes. Did you see? I mean.
Oh, I didn't.
Of course.
Yes,
absolutely,
I do.
100%.
Jane Doe?
Or
100%.
I think that, again,
If he's with it.
if Jay-Z approached her in 2022 and she's with Diddy and he says, hey, come be, I'll take it. I think that she would have left
she's
Diddy
a hoe.
for him. I'm not going to say
Natural hoe.
that. I just think that she had
100%.
something about her that seemed like she didn't really want to work.
Lauren, is she a hoe
know.
or not? Lauren, you gotta be honest.
Lauren don't
I
want
don't.
to say it.
She
I'm
gave
not,
the whole vibe.
Sean knows I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say anything.
Lauren ain't gonna say that.
She's a
Lauren-
mother. I respect
No,
that
no,
she's a mother.
a
and
mother
she's
could be a
caring.
hoe.
But you know what kills me?
Yeah.
Sorry. And now I'll be very honest.
Yeah.
Couple things. When she's like, our first date was, he took me to the Faena Hotel and it lasted 5 nights. I was like, I need permission, like 3 days in advance to go to dinner for 2 hours. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm joking. Like, it is not, a mother cannot just pick up and leave on a date that's supposed to be for, 2 to 3 hours, come back 5 days later.
Yeah.
Like,
The rumor was.
that's when I was like, wait, how?
The gossip is that the
Sorry, pepperoni in my
child's grandparents.
Yes,
He
her
spends
mother.
most of the time
With the
grand-
father's mom or
The
with
mother's.
the mother's
The mother's.
grandparents.
Yeah.
Oh.
They take care of him mostly more than she does. That's
So
the rumor.
Diddy was never around the child, really.
Huh?
Diddy wasn't around the child as much. He was freaking off with the woman.
Yeah.
But the kid was around the grandparents, but as her mother and father.
I mean, I just did not.
was the rumor
I
around
did
the
not
courtroom.
like how she was. Not that I didn't like it, but I'm like, that's not really real life. You can't just pick up for 5 days and leave. And then when she said, the next month she goes on a 9-day vacation with him to Bahamas and Turks.
Was it
I'm
15
like,
days? It was
yeah,
9
it was
days in.
something- yes,
9 days in
crazy.
Turks,
6.
15 in Bahamas, 6 in the Bahamas.
Again, I went
In a row.
I went away for this trial for 4 days in December, and my world almost collapsed
Yeah.
because of how much work I had to prep for my children. I just am like, that's not real life to me.
Lauren, you're not into the whole life. The whole life, you say fuck the kids. That's what happened. She's a hoe. You realize
Then
that she a hoe.
I can say it. I'm not saying anything. But you know how I felt. Like
Were you
I
judging her?
respect-
Be honest.
I
Did you
respect that
judge
she's.
her?
I try not to judge other mothers, but with that being said, leaving your kid
Yeah.
to go
Chase some
On a-
dick in Turks and
not
Bahamas.
not a great look, guys. Not a great look to me, and not a great look for the jury, I'm sure.
Hey, by the way, Dreamlit Beats, I don't know how he sent this, but he said, I'm a blind guy here from the UK. He says, I love hearing your voices. I hope you keep doing lives after the trial. Shout out to my boy Dreamlit Beats. He's a frequent
Shout out to
contributor.
Dreamlit Beats
So
in the
nice.
UK.
And by the way, I was listening to you guys on the way here, and when you were talking about your son who was 18 months old and said, I love you, Daddy, and you're like, why? I almost cried when you're like, because I hate myself right now. I was like, oh my gosh. And that is just like, that is such an honest thing to say. And it's such like it made me so sad, but it also kind of made me happy in a way because your kids always love you unconditionally, no matter what. So no matter what Jane did, no matter how much she wasn't around, her son will always love her. I mean, you know,
Speaking
but
about kids then, right?
You got
Puff-
kids? Eh?
Nah, I don't got none yet, man.
How old
But-
are you?
Shit, I'm 34, man. Yo, Buster.
Oh, you a baby, man.
Yo, Buster confronted me about that, man.
Who
you
did?
don't have
Busta Rhymes,
kids.
he said, man, because he saw me on Father's Day. He said, you don't got no kids yet?
You a baby, man. You got plenty of time. I didn't have Sean until I was 42.
Really? Hey, so, all right, let me ask you this question. Speaking about kids, we're watching Puff's kids show up. I was watching the body language of Christian, and I really think that's his twin. And
Totally.
like his body language was like, especially this last 2 days after closing, it's like I'm wondering if he's like, man, y'all about to take. He's a spitting image of him.
Yes, he is.
He still does the same dances from the era that Diddy was popping in.
Yeah.
Diddy also sent him a note. You have to carry on the legacy. Don't be distracted. Diddy looks at him very different. When it comes to children, right? When it comes to children, he also has a very young child. How do you think that's weighing on them? How much do you think maybe he has, again, I'm not saying that he's guilty, but maybe some regret saying, I spent a lot of time chasing these honeys, all these women. But now my kids, we hear about a 19-year-old. Did I show you? No, I showed the stream earlier. We found a 19-year-old that he supposedly was with. She had wished him happy birthday like the year before, and they had a picture together. None of those women are there. Only the baby mamas, the mother of his child,
And his
children. What do you think they're feeling and he's feeling?
Puffy is TMZ is already reporting. Who's the white dude on TMZ? Levine?
Levin, yeah.
Levin.
Harry Levin.
Yeah.
He's already reporting that he was found guilty on the 4 charges, right?
Really? Is he?
Yeah. So Puffy is he's devastation is an understatement, man.
I don't think he's gonna sleep well tonight.
If-
That's for sure.
If he knows that they came back guilty, you know, and that they're, you know, he's hurt, man.
I mean, Harvey Levin, he shouldn't. I'm sure he's assuming, right, that it's going to be all guilty at this
Look
point.
at it on your phone. I just
Yeah.
pulled it up.
I'm
like-
gonna be honest. If he's saying that, knowing his reputation, he probably has some source that knows one of the jurors. And as much as they say don't speak to no one, they done texted someone, yo, we done agreed.
Let me see.
If Harvey's saying it, his reputation, you gotta remember TMZ is still the outlet that reported, even though they did incorrectly report that Lil Wayne died, they reported first Michael Jackson died, that Prince died.
Oh, yeah.
They do have a, and one thing I know, because, you know, I'm in the media business, they pay law enforcement sources, they pay federal sources, they'll pay the people CNN won't pay, they'll get to it. And if he's saying that and he says he got it from a source, I'm believing Harvey Levin. I'm believing
pull it
Harvey
up?
Levin.
I don't know. I mean, I'm looking. I don't know what. Can you just send it to me? Text it to me?
Yeah,
He's.
he's
I mean, and also keep in mind, like, they are going to appeal the crap out of this. If you call for 3
Alexandra
mistrials,
Shapiro's
and
ready.
they are so ready. They are, finger on
She's
the button
ready.
right now.
So wait, the rumor was that Harvey Levin is saying that there's a guilty on all 4?
I don't know. That's what I want to see, and we can read it. Let's see.
If that's the case, we gotta put Diddy on suicide watch. It's no way.
I
It
mean,
might be Aaron Hernandez.
wait, that's actually a really good point. They should watch him.
The jury has reached unanimous decisions on 4 of the 5 counts.
The problem is that 5th count means that we don't get to find out what the verdicts are on the other 4 because they are hung up on racketeering.
Which is what we talked about for days now. That racketeering from the get-go has been the problematic count
It is a
for the
very
prosecution.
complicated charge.
And a lot of people saying it's square peg, round hole. That we know that there are multiple jurors on both sides. It's not just one holdout. That on racketeering, they are stuck. But
Sounds
they
like
have
some
reached
inside
a
info.
decision on sex trafficking as it results with Cassie. They've reached a decision on the Mann Act, the interstate transportation of a sex worker, as to Cassie. They have reached a decision, unanimous, on sex trafficking as to Jane, and they have reached a decision on the Mann Act as to Jane.
So, but what does this mean? What's confusing is all of those things that you just said are also included in the racketeering count.
So we don't know what the vote is.
So we don't know what the vote is. It's hard to read what they possibly came up with.
Let me
on
read
2, 3, 4, and 5.
Let me read between the lines on what you're saying, because with Charles, I think it's just a valid point that you need to find 2 crimes in order to apply the RICO statute, the racketeering statute. If they found Diddy guilty on the Mann Act, which is the most likely as to both Jane and Cassie, those are 2 illegal counts. And therefore,
So we think they'd have enough.
So what I'm saying to you is, and I said to you all along, which is Diddy really the racketeer that people are used to hearing?
And so you think that perhaps there's a juror or
Yeah, no.
Oh.
I think we didn't get a definitive.
he didn't. I was wrong when I said that.
one who
Yeah, we
are
didn't get a definitive.
confused about the racketeering. Like, how can this be racketeering if it's just Diddy doing?
And the reason I say that is we know
Because
early
you
on
people
there was
hung up.
one juror, remember, where the jury said he's not following the law.
Juror 25.
And I said to you, I think this is a racketeering charge. That it just
That's the one they were hung up on.
So we don't know as to the other 4 whether Diddy has been found guilty or not guilty, but
Okay.
there's a hint
We don't know.
that with Cassie,
I think
We don't know, y'all. I was wrong
but,
on that.
No, but I mean, like most lawyers are assuming that they're guilty on Cassie. I mean,
Guilty on
that
Jane as well?
and well, no, they haven't got, and then just guilty on the Mann Act charges. Again, they're leaning towards, they're saying, oh, this is not good for Diddy, because they think that basically if he wasn't guilty of all of those things, they would just say no to racketeering type of thing. But again, I think they're hung up on the co-conspirator aspect and the criminal enterprise, like we discussed. But
Can I ask y'all a question? And this is going to be a speculative question, and we're going to use pseudonyms for this. But the individual that you believe they considered Bear, who may have showed up to court, if Diddy does get found guilty, do you think that his criminal exposure is now front and center? Because if they've deemed this behavior from another one of his peers as illegal, as sex trafficking, as racketeering, when there is a whole conglomerate in a company facilitating it, do you think he should probably either seize the behavior or look to try to prevent what might be inevitably going to happen to Diddy?
I think every Major League Baseball player, every NHL hockey player, NFL football player, NBA player, every actor, actress, entertainer, musician, rapper is going to rethink their whole modus operandi. Has already started rethinking it based on this case. Because like Lauren was saying before, and you were saying before, and I was saying before, you know, he's not isolated in doing what he's being indicted for, right? He just got targeted, and he's in the hot seat. But you got to be careful what you do, man. Because flying, you said it before, people have been flying girls out all over. That's what they do. Get a tall stack of dollars and fly a girl out. Can't do that no more, man.
yeah, and I agree with that. And I will
100%.
say that if I were a juror, I would probably go for nullification on some of this stuff, because I mentioned this before. Do some of these crimes, do they meet the charges here? Yes, on paper they do, but if I am a juror, I would have a really, really hard time putting him away for 15 years for sex trafficking Cassie. If it's do you know what I'm saying? I don't think that that's right. I don't. If we're going to just talk about like this individually, nothing about what he's done with his life, nothing about anything in the past. I mean, do you think that he should be put away for 15 years for offering somebody an MDMA pill? No, I don't think so. I really don't. So
Of course not. But
Right.
I'll tell you,
but that's where we are right now, and that's
know.
where I think it's upsetting. Obviously, to you, you're very passionate about this now because you see what's going on, and so I get it. And I think that the other part of this is where people are like, well, he deserves it. He did XYZ, XYZ. Okay, you can think of it that way, but also, what if this was you? And what if you are on trial for, crimes that some consider minor, some consider things that people do all the time, but it's federal, and you're facing life.
People have started to change. Let me tell you this. Going back to that conversation as you asked me if I had a child, right? And I mentioned Busta Rhymes. So I was in Atlantic City. When was it? Probably like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I went to go see my favorite artist. That's the guy I was wearing on the shirt yesterday, Vybz Kartel. I was born in Jamaica, actually. And when I went to see him, went backstage. And I'm backstage. I'm about to do a little Twitch live or whatever, YouTube live with him. And Busta Rhymes comes in. And that's when we had the conversation, but it was when he was leaving. But when he comes in and he's about to walk into the green room where Vybz Kartel is at, there's a woman who jumps on him and said, Busta! And she loves him. And I've never seen this reaction before. He steps back, And he stops her and he says to her, please don't hug me. We're in 2025. There's all type of cases and all type of stuff. He literally said that. This is about 30 people surrounding. He says, I want to make sure everything is consensual. I love you and I respect you, but let's not do that.
Yeah, 100%.
And
Crazy.
that in what would normally be a normal reaction and interaction became a little awkward for a second, but I think every male there was like,
I understand.
And that's the change. That's the change. I think whatever that happens with this verdict is going to have ripple effects. I'm going to be honest with you. If Puff walks, trust, the freak off's right at all time high. I ain't going to lie to you. It's going to be at all time. If Puff gets convicted, you're going to see a lot of people who may have been more liberal with people maybe they didn't know, or maybe just like flying out people or whatever. They're going to start holding close to the chest because
major implications, man.
You could be close to being in a situation like this
and lose your whole platform.
Yeah, and that's where I had said that the government is they're treading like really dangerous waters here, because it does sound completely ridiculous right now that a drug distribution charge for a federal crime can be as simple as me offering you an edible, or me offering you whatever, and then all of a sudden,
a puff of weed,
or I mean, it's just, or again, like you said, like many people do, transporting somebody that you may or may not pay for time or sex across state lines. Those are 2 racketeering charges right there.
For dinner,
right?
He coerced me.
So yes, if you're using common sense here, that sounds ridiculous. And if you're using common sense where, yeah, baby oil was at the center of this case, that sounds ridiculous. Even I talked to someone in the NYPD who was like, it's crazy that baby oil affected interstate commerce. He even said that, like, this is insane. I didn't even know that was a thing. But guess what? It's the law. And here we are. So it's like, I think there are just so many ways to look at this case, and it's so complicated. And I see why people are so passionate about it, from many different angles.
Uncle, I want to ask you this question.
Talk to me, baby.
You're a little bit older, and so back when Cosby had gotten charged, I was told by some people in the industry, and I don't know too many people in the industry, but they said, listen, the conduct you seen Cosby being accused of, it wasn't isolated to him. His thing was he would invite over a girl. She might have been an actor or whatever, this and third. He would throw some Quaaludes or whatever. I guess I don't even know what a Quaalude is or whatever. But he would throw some whatever, and it wasn't some hidden stuff. That was the spice of the time. Spanish fly, whatever it was. He even had a joke about Spanish fly. When he got prosecuted, some people told me, they said, this was low-key a part of some of what the celebrity culture was, but he's the one who's going to go down for it. Everybody else going to fall back, do some other shit. They're moving different now. Going to the Puff thing. Puff was probably one of the most egregious people in maybe partying and sex parties? Probably. But I hear from some people who either were in the late 90s or whatever, early 2000s, there's other people that I hear the same behavior. I don't know nothing, but this isn't isolated. But what happens when all these movements happen, whether it's a Me Too or whatever, they need one sacrificial lamb, and Puff is the sacrificial lamb for this one. Ooh. Do you believe that is a possibility, or do you believe it's just completely targeted at Puff? Because I've heard that, hey, remember, we all thought, when I first heard of a freak off, I said, what? It took until we got to Jane. Remember, we heard Cassie. We took until we got to Jane. We heard, what? There's another person who does a freak off too? I said me and I hate to name drop, me and Cardi B was talking about this case. She actually said, "What's your opinion?" I said, "Cardi B, I thought I was in this industry until recently. I never knew none of this shit was happening." And she said, "Some of this shit I never knew either."
Wow.
And the idea was, again, when we heard Puff with these parties, we thought he's this menace, a one of one. Nobody does this. He's doing some shit that nobody does.
That's the way they framed it.
They snuck it in and said, there's another prominent rapper doing it too. And I said, wait, hold on now. Now, if you're telling me that and you're criminalizing this conduct, you must be looking at him to get him next because you've criminalized this. Then I start secretly hearing, well, so-and-so does this and so-and-so does this. And I said, oh, so I'm going to keep this opinion of I think Diddy is a sacrificial lamb for this behavior, but when, or let me not say when because I'm not hoping, if Diddy gets convicted, everybody abandons ship and they switch up and no one else gets pursued. It takes one person got to go down. If you think Cosby was the only nigga doing that, they ain't never go after nobody else like Cosby.
You know, with Cosby, man, after watching what went on with this Diddy case 4 or 5 months ago, and like we spoke earlier, how we were all, at least I was influenced by what the media said. I mean, don't we have to go back now and everything they said about Bill Cosby as far as what we thought was facts was
it was a media story.
Right, but isn't it subject to review now? Now that we know that, mainstream media report shit that don't really happen?
Well, it depends on where you fall on it, because there's some people who would say,
this is 40 years ago.
It's about time.
Right, but this was in the 70s they were saying he did this. I don't know. Puff is in a bad spot, man. I feel sorry for the brother, man. I do.
Do we believe that again, and I hate to, and I know my chat, they were like, yo,
if he was guilty, if it was conclusive evidence, not hearsay, perjury, testifying under immunity, testifying compelled testimony with undergirded by $10 million lawsuits, perjury on the stand, lies, and they had him dead to right on concrete evidence, then I wouldn't feel sorry for him. But from what I saw for 7 weeks, it was horrible, man. What the evidence that came out.
And look, by the way, there's still a chance that everybody is wrong with their speculation that they're guilty on. Let's, I know that I don't want to sound like it's like wishful thinking here, but like there is a chance that maybe they did find him not guilty of sex trafficking, right? Or like just the 2-man act ones, and they're like, nope, sex trafficking, not guilty.
But wouldn't you think that if he was not guilty on all 4, they would be like, definitely on 1 he's not guilty?
Well,
but it could be bribery and distribution, right?
Sure, yeah, or kidnapping. And
again, we sat through the evidence. Those shit were weak. Arson, weak as fuck. Kidnapping is like, really? So if you hop in my car, I'm not putting a gun to you nor nothing. You agree. Claim you want to prove your loyalty. And you go do this thing. You go home every day. Those are so weak.
Yeah.
And I hate to bring this up.
Capricorn was weak. I agree.
Lauren, do you know what the statute, the sentencing guidelines is on the trafficking and the Mann Act and all that?
Well, the Mann Act, he could get as little as 2 years, and then it could be time served also.
What about the trafficking?
The trafficking, its minimum is 15 years.
Minimum is 15.
Yeah,
15
it's
to life.
Crazy.
That's
15 to life.
And racketeering is something like, I think it's, 20 years or something, or is that 50? I mean, I have to look that up.
It's 50. So remember, it's 2 predicate offenses.
Yeah.
And the 2 predicate offenses is minimum 15. It's 15 to life.
Right. 15 to life. Okay.
15 to life. I think the sex trafficking, depending on how serious it is, it's also life. But both of those carry
up to 20 years in prison for racketeering.
That's crazy.
So
well, it's more than 20. No, it's 50 minimum. But here's the thing: murder is a predicate offense. If you get convicted of murder under racketeering, you're not getting out.
Right. But
That's
I mean,
life.
think about it. This guy's 54 years old.
56.
This is a life sentence if
a life
he's
sentence,
convicted of.
Well,
It's a life sentence.
Even 15 years is a life. Let's say. I mean,
I hate going down this path, but
Be 70.
Exactly.
I remember, and again, my audience is about to say, "Yo, Ack, you love talking about Jamaica shit." Vibes Cartel. I followed that keenly, and he got convicted. Obviously, he was freed later on appeal, but he got convicted of murder. And when they read the murder verdict and they read the sentence, they gave him 35 to life. He never shed a tear. And I was saying, and I trust me, I love him more than any other artist. And I always said, how? They just took your life away from you. I remember he came out of the courtroom and he had a quick thing before he got in the van to go back to the jail. And he threw up a sign to his supporters and he was holding face. And I said, how? Do you think Diddy gets emotional if they say you are guilty of sex trafficking, either victim or RICO, because we do know all three of those carry a minimum of 15 years? Do you think Diddy breaks down? Because we haven't seen Diddy emotional, right?
He's doing that now. He's been doing that for the last 8 months.
What do you mean emotional? What do you
He's
mean?
broken down. He's cried.
Not in court, though.
No, not in court. He's cried in the cell and by himself.
Probably has, yeah.
He's already done that. So he's just going for confirmation for relief. Whatever the sentence is for him, whether it's guilty or not guilty, it's gonna be a relief. I remember walking out of court when they gave me my 18 months. And like I say, I had been in depression for like 3.5 years, and it was what was so fucked up about my thing. It was just like not knowing, am I going to prison? Are they gonna give me probation? Are they gonna give me home confinement? Who's gonna watch after my son? Are they gonna take care of him? So when I went to court and they said, Sean, you got 18 months, you got 60 days to get your affairs together, and me and my son walked out of court, I felt a huge relief.
because the whole process is
was
also
over.
punishment, and I
knew-
think that's yeah.
I knew
Yeah.
it was no more unknown.
Right.
So
Right.
what you think, Lauren? You think he's gonna break down in court?
Oh my gosh. I don't know. And I mean, it's interesting too because watching Janice Combs,
He's got to be strong for his family
yeah,
too, though.
she hasn't really reacted at all. His mother. I mean,
Really?
no, I have seen no reactions.
I'm
She's
bringing my mom out of court.
I
My
mean,
mama, if my mama is in court, oh my God, it's gonna be a spectacle.
It's going down.
Yeah, no, and
She's
even
Jamaican. She gonna be like, oh my God, that's my son. She faking and she doing everything. My mama,
Not
oh
Janice.
hell no, my mama is trust. She do the most.
What do you think about it? What do you think about a pardon from Trump
I mean,
this week?
I feel
Or the
like
day after the verdict.
The fact that Trump didn't say no, I mean, that was surprising enough. And I actually, hear me out, as many people believe that Trump was the victim of a targeted investigation.
100%.
Trump would be the one to have compassion for someone who comes to him. I'm not talking about R. Kelly, right? I was targeted. I'm talking about
Puff.
this case in particular, because I think that, again, depending on which legal expert you ask, it does seem in some aspects
His
that
advisors won't tell him to touch. I even heard Taco Pina talk about this. His advisors are gonna say, if he gets convicted on a sex charge, don't touch it. If he gets convicted on RICO and there's no sex charge,
touch
bring
it.
him home.
That's funny.
No, it's
Yeah.
it's real. Because, again, you don't want to be the guy who said, this man was convicted of sex trafficking,
Right.
and I brought him out of jail. But if he's convicted on RICO for drug distribution, he's out.
But it's
Convicted
sex trafficking of girlfriend.
And
though.
also, Trump doesn't give a flying F. Let's just put it that way. So Trump is
Well,
going to do
if
what
he's
Trump
gonna
wants
do that,
to do
he's gonna do
also.
it last day of his term. But I think if it's convicted, let's say all four, I think the prostitution charge, he'll commute. He won't pardon it. He'll commute. Sex trafficking, he's not pardoning or commuting. Just, you got to think politically. Like, what Trump has established politically is like an establishment. This MAGA shit is like, it's gonna last beyond him, and I don't know who's gonna pick it up. But they're not gonna tie themselves to, we're gonna get you out. If you're a murderer, if you, like, again, it has to be something where people could be like, okay, maybe you got overcharged, you got over sentenced, but sex charges are hard. If the RICO and they come back and they said drug distribution and we got you for witness tampering.
Yeah, definitely.
He's out. He'd be out there, and they're gonna say, "Fuck that voter die shit you had going on in 2000 with Obama. We need you to do a speech." He gonna be doing a speech with Trump. Oh, it's gonna be good. Trust.
I think he's gonna get Puff out either way. If Puff is,
You think so?
yeah. Puff always stayed in his hotels.
Oh, that's such a good. Oh, wait, I just forgot about that. That's his favorite hotel, the Trump Hotel.
That
I
was
think
all-
the last day.
That was all throughout the trial.
The last day though, you
Yes.
can't do it now. What I'm saying is that if it's the other shit, he's out next week, and Trump is gonna say, Trump gonna make it about him.
Oh yeah.
The corrupt, the last administration did a corrupt, targeted prosecution of this guy. He should have never got convicted. They should have never brought the case, and I didn't think it was fair. They did it to me too.
Absolutely.
Right?
They did the
Without
same
the-
thing.
That's
to
where
him.
my
Without the
mind
sex
would
charge.
go.
They accused Trump of having sex with and raping that woman in the Bergman
Eugene Carroll.
Gurdorf
Yeah.
in the dressing room, and the main entrance door was from here to that door, and they said that he took it.
Didn't he get some money? He got some money from that because
She did.
She got money.
She got like $5 million, then she sued him again.
Something crazy. I don't remember the settlement, but it was pretty big.
And he said it was all a lie. He's gonna do the exact same
I
thing.
thought he had sued an outlet for saying he was convicted of.
Oh no, there was. You're right.
what I'm
There
talking
was
about, right?
something about that. You're right, but I can't remember.
That was a
exactly,
civil suit she
yeah,
sued him
it was
for.
something. It was, but she was awarded a lot of money.
Yeah, she got money.
Yeah, she was awarded a lot for.
Like $5 million, and then she
Yeah.
sued again and got
And
some more.
also, Puff should be looking at Kathy Hochul because this all started with Kathy Hochul's it was like the look back, the victim look back. Do you remember that? She gave, and that's when like Eric Adams, there was like there was a charge or something filed against him. It was Andrew Cuomo. Obviously,
They got Cuomo out of here.
Yeah, so this all started when Kathy Hochul did that look back act.
This is what I realize. You're super political and you're like way out of my league. You ever heard of my man Myron Gaines? I don't know if you know. You know?
I saw him at the courthouse. Yeah, he was at the Diddy trial.
Are you cool with him?
He's fine.
Myron
I would
Gaines.
love to
Is
have
that the
y'all.
black dude, dark skin with the beard?
Choking.
Well, there's a lot of black dudes.
These
Older
pepperonis
dude
are
with
so
the great-
spicy. Sorry.
Oh,
With the
really?
gray beard.
I don't know if he has
Hey,
a
Claudia?
gray beard.
Sorry. Do you mind charging my phone? It's gonna die. And
Yeah.
I'm so sorry to ask you that. Thank you.
So
Thank you so much.
Again,
Gosh.
we're gonna see how all this goes. A pardon is
Thank you so much. I love
that's
you.
hold on. First of all, here's the thing:
No, I'm fine.
Trump
Thank you.
opening himself up to possibly pardon.
He spoke
Diddy.
on it. He spoke on it.
This is why, if it's a hung jury, and I gotta imagine, if all things is bad, let's say they're saying, yo, they got this motherfucker on 4 guilty charges, but they're hung on the RICO. We need somehow for this to be forced, where they have to come back with something, and then they get tied up, and this is a hung jury, and we can't do this because this is a major charge. And if this is a hung jury mistrial, Trump will not have his DOJ pursue this again. You got to remember, the DOJ is going to have to co-sign the U.S. attorney to pursue charges again. Remember,
You're
Damian
right.
Williams,
Trump
who
would never
not
touch
do that.
this again.
Ever.
Never.
So
Yeah.
let me
you
ask
need
y'all
a-
a question.
He would
So
not.
this could still end up in a hung jury?
yes.
How?
Well,
Could it?
No, not the entire. Like he would still, if they were.
well, it depends, right? So,
No, if they're unanimous on charges, he will get sentenced for those charges.
well, all right. Well,
Yeah.
okay. So you help me understand this. So if they do the Allen charge where they're requiring,
No, I'm saying like let's take RICO out of this, right?
Yeah,
If
If they hang up on RICO, but he's going to be sentenced on the other 4.
yes, and I was saying
well,
before,
Lauren, here's the
yeah.
thing though. If I'm Diddy's lawyers, I'm gonna make it that y'all have to come back with something, and I'm gonna posture if it's you either come back with all or we're in a mistrial.
I don't think no. That would so that actually it's funny you mentioned that. If you follow the Karen Reed trial,
Okay.
there was all this shit because she was charged with second-degree murder, manslaughter, and leaving the scene of a fatal accident, whatever. The judge did on the verdict sheet, she didn't it was so unclear to the jurors that they came back saying that they were hung, but they did not realize that they weren't hung because they were unanimous on not guilty for second-degree murder and not guilty on leaving the scene. They were only hung on manslaughter. But the judge is like, yep, that's it, mistrial, because she was
Okay.
not a good judge, because she's not a good judge. This judge, however, He crosses his teeth. I mean, they went to the Supreme Court and tried to appeal that, and they lost Karen Reed's team because her team did not object and say, well, wait, are they hung on everything or only on one charge? They were just kind of, sometimes a mistrial is a win for the defense.
Well, here's the thing, though. At least in that case, they were not guilty on both of them. Imagine if Diddy's...
But this came out well after the fact. I'm saying they came forward and they're like, well, I guess we're hung because they didn't get proper charges or instructions to them.
But think about it. What do you think Diddy's team is thinking now? He looks stressed. They got to be believing, Diddy, they got you on at least one of the sex charges, which is you're fucked. So now maybe they're playing the angle of we need a mistrial.
Yeah, the government would never go for that.
You don't think Marine Coleman would fumble?
The government would say, "Well, Your Honor, we have unanimous verdicts on all 4 counts," and the judge wouldn't go for that either. That would never happen. But again, what I do think could possibly happen, and I don't know, but if they come back and they're issued an Allen charge and they still can't decide, and it's July 10th at this point. I'm just making this up. I think that obviously yes, a hung jury on the RICO charge makes sense, and they'll work it out with the sentencing. We'll take a sentencing plea. We won't retry this if the defense agrees to X, Y, Z. I don't know. I'm not sure, but that could happen. So
hey, by the way, BX 241st, thank you for the $2. He said, "Yo, thanks academics for having Sean G on your show."
Sidebar.
Yo, you got some people who fuck with you in here.
Sidebar.
Hey, yo, listen, I'm looking at the chat right now. If you rock with my man, Sean G, man, he's been doing an amazing job. I need everybody to spam Sidebar in the goddamn chat. I need everybody to say Sidebar.
Sidebar.
We need all sidebars in
Love
the chat.
letter. What's up, love letter?
Can you keep that up, by the way, in all your videos from now on? Like, just keep after this trial.
Keep saying sidebar.
Keep saying it.
Sidebar.
Yeah, you have
I'm trying to tell them.
OGA.
We got to do the Sidebar merch. That's a fact.
That's a good idea.
Diego Santiago. What up, Jose Cuervo?
Oh, my God.
Wow, they going crazy in there. Michael Phelps, what up? Ah, look at them. They going crazy.
Oh, you done turned into a whole celebrity
now,
man.
Yeah, man.
Hey, I'm watching you doing your live now, and like people constantly interrupt. How's that for you? How's that change?
What's that?
Like, how's that change when like now it's like people like, oh, I watch you all the time.
Yeah. That's everywhere I go now, people are recognizing me.
That's great.
Yeah, it's different.
I think that's amazing.
It's different.
I think it's cool.
Is it
you
hard to
really
adjust?
Hard,
No,
so you deserve it.
cool.
You work really hard.
Thank you.
And you're
Lauren.
super passionate, and anybody would be really lucky to have you on that
I'm not gonna lie. I see hella sidebars in the chat.
Sidebar.
Nah, it's going crazy.
Yeah,
Look,
I see it.
It's going crazy. Jesus.
Sidebar. Hey, yo, integrity never went out of style. Put it in the live chat. Integrity never went out of style.
Nah, they definitely rock with you. By the way, I want to salute to everybody who's a part of the chat. I appreciate so much how you guys treated my guests. They have been really honorary members of my stream. They have done so much great things. We got to get you to 20,000. That's a fact.
Oh, I don't have my phone with me.
No, we're gonna
I was
get you there.
To die, or my phone was about to
we're
die.
Gonna get you there. Chat, we're not getting off till we get her to 20K.
Oh my gosh.
We're not.
But also, do you also see why I don't engage in opinions all the time? Because you always upset somebody. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but debate is good. Debate is
and
good.
I agree with
debate
that, but
good.
I think in certain cases, we
can disagree without being disagreeable.
I need everybody to pin Pop Crime TV.
Look, we love each other.
We need to pin Pop Crime TV.
Pop Crime TV. Go follow my girl Lauren.
Hey, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. Listen, they've been overworked today. They were overworked yesterday. We're all overworked. But I'm not getting off until I see 20K on Lauren's channel. 20K.
Hey, Don Dutchie, I drink my water better than you.
Am I close?
No, we're going to get you there. Don't you worry.
I'm not even close?
I mean, you're close, but
Vladimir Jean.
If we don't get you there, we're not getting off.
Oh, my gosh.
No, we're going to get you there. Trust.
I subscribe to you, Lauren.
I subscribe to you, too.
I already subscribe to you.
I need everybody in here. Pop Crime TV with Lauren Conlin on YouTube. We have to get her to 20,000. She's been holding us down for
19.7.
so long.
19.7.
19.
Yeah,
Oh,
if
that's
we
still
don't
really
get-
far. That's
If
far.
we don't get her there, by the way, hey, let me. And I wasn't trying to say too much about I don't like put too much personal information. I was telling the audience earlier. I said there's sacrifices made for everybody to do what they do. I was so happy when Unc communicated about how why this was important for him, why he showed up to the trial. But obviously I don't want to put too much about your life. But I said, listen, I spoke with Lauren. Like, Lauren is making sacrifices, showing up to the courthouse every day, even now.
Got 2 kids, right?
Her
Yeah.
family's waiting on her.
My
Like, yo,
family is waiting.
Yeah.
her family's waiting. Like, yo, listen.
No
They are
excuses,
in
y'all.
another state waiting for me.
Yo,
I did not know. Like, I was doing this for Nancy, and Nancy's like, oh, can you go down to jury selection? And I was like, sure. And then, I went to jury selection. And then, I made my own video on, obviously, my YouTube or wherever, and it wasn't very big. But people liked it, and they wanted more. So then I'm like, oh, maybe I'll start. And then the more I did it, the more people said, oh, can you keep doing this? And I was like, sure. And now we're at the point where I said, like, I had plans and I couldn't stay for the entire closing. And I got comments like, why the hell weren't you there? And I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry to disappoint
Yeah, they
everybody
hold
that
you.
my
They
life
hold
had
you.
to go on.
Your followers hold you.
And it
Hey,
was just, I don't
Lauren.
know. Yeah. Are we close?
Listen, we're doing a sidebar. Hey, by the way, I ain't gonna lie. Yo, Chad, let me tell you this, man. I watched y'all turn my man up and put a tear in my eye because y'all been supporting me for over 10 years. I watched y'all turn her up today. It put a tear in my eyes. I'm going to be honest with you. As soon as we said that, I think YouTube's a little bit slow to update. I clicked on it. You're at 20,000.2. So
Whoa,
20,000.
that's crazy.
20,200 subscribers.
Gosh, thank you.
Listen,
Thank you so much. That's so
We
nice.
love you. We love you. All my chat queens, all my chat kings. Thank y'all for showing her so much support and love today. Thank you for showing Unc all the support. Unc, I see you popping today. You had like 2,000 popping it today. I see you, Unc. I said Unc was just preaching now.
The other day I had 3,600.
Holy, come on
on,
now.
What?
Nah, come on now.
Mark Agnifalo's closing statement.
Nah, come on now. And by the way, I just wanted to, again, I keep telling y'all shared y'all content with me, and I want to share my platform with you guys. Listen, tomorrow's a whole nother day. We're going to wrap it today, actually, because tomorrow we're going to come back. I think verdict's going to happen. They're going to be in court all day. They're going to do their lives. We're going to watch their lives. And then after the verdict is done, we're going to come do the wrap-up here if we get a verdict. If we don't get a verdict, this is going to be crazy, right?
I mean, please, God, let there be a verdict. Please, please, please.
You got to go to your kids. You got to go.
I gotta
go on
go.
vacation.
And I also, there is a point that you just want to move on with your coverage and cover other cases and
True.
other trials also, even though this will continue, I would say, for 1 to 2 weeks after this.
Yeah.
I mean, and then the appeals are going to come if, depending on the
Mm-hmm.
certain verdicts. So, but again, don't lose hope because there could be the other side that they're like, this was a joke, baby oil's a joke, and he's not guilty. I think that we're in a world full of pessimists anyway. We're all, we all have negative thinking a lot of the time. So you never know.
20.3K subscribers, man.
Oh my gosh.
She's in it. Hey, listen.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
Yesterday you had 18,000.
Yeah, I did. Thank you so much. And he's like, go live. And I'm like, I don't really.
I told
Okay.
you.
And then you did, and it was everybody was so nice too. It was like, it was so lovely to see everybody so nice.
I'm so proud of my
each
audience.
other, and yeah.
I'm so proud of my audience. They've supported.
You got an army, man.
I know.
You
They've
got a
supported
cult.
me.
A cult.
And
Amazing.
this is where you show your impact because they always keep me good. But we show our impact because when we like other content creators, we don't say, oh, no, let's not fuck with them or let's not support them. Hey, let's support them. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm super happy for both you guys. I'm always going to watch you guys, and obviously we got to keep doing more together. Thank you guys for getting that because I wasn't going to get off stream. I promise you I was not going to get off stream. Anyway, I do know we're getting late,
Thank you.
there is a verdict I think is going to come off tomorrow.
Right.
I do want to give you guys the last word. You guys could say whatever, rap, shout out whatever you guys got going on. Tomorrow I expect a verdict, and after the verdict, only after the verdict, do not come here or before, okay? Unless the day's done. We're going to do it either after 5 tomorrow, after 5, or we're not going to do it when the jury's deliberating. But if the verdict is reached, do your guys live, and then come here and we'll do a nice wrap. Okay.
I'll be back tomorrow. I'll see y'all tomorrow, man.
Oh my gosh, let's
Sidebar.
Let's pray for the verdict tomorrow, so this can be done. We can stop speculating, and we can just know the answer. And we're not even on trial, right? I mean, I feel kind of selfish saying that sometimes. Like, I feel like kind of like a jerk. Like,
it's tense.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we had.
I'm on trial.
Today.
Yeah,
I'm on trial.
Hey, once again, just to thank everybody, and I know you were confused by a few things. The scorpion, that's like our emoji.
Oh,
the scorpion is our emoji. When they say nothing bigger than the chat, we have created. I've been streaming for almost 15 years.
Wow.
And it's an idea that there's nothing bigger than the conglomerate we have created. We realize that, again, we're independent content creators. We have created a group of people that love what they love, that want what they want, and they support what they support. And we're definitely a force, and I'm glad when they support other people, especially when it's within our community. So I want to thank everybody. You guys know. Somebody said today, they're like, yo, you guys going crazy on the donation. I never asked for donations. It's who cares? For me, I love the fact that I have truck drivers every day. Like, we're about to actually drop some merch with truck drivers. They'll watch me because, I stream for a long time. I stream for 7 hours. They be like, yo, I got a 7-hour drive. I got academics on live. He going to rock out with us. And I've built this relationship with this audience for so long. This is the thing about being an independent content creator. This is why no company, no other people, sometimes I get into it with people, but this is what matters. I serve them. I've dedicated my life to them, and I know you guys are doing it too. You guys gave up so much of your life to be at this courthouse. You're going through all type of this, that, and third to be there, and I'm glad to support you. Chat, thank you guys, not only for tuning in to me, for tuning in to my friends. Keep supporting them. And you will see us tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll be talking about the verdict. I don't know how it'll go, though.
See y'all tomorrow, man.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Shout out to Lauren.